Welcome to Restful Tales, your doorway to peaceful dreams. Like, share, comment, and subscribe to keep the stories alive. Sweet dreams await. Let's begin the story. Ethan gripped the steering wheel tighter as the mist wrapped itself around his headlights, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. His breath came steady but cold, each exhale visible in the pale glow of his dashboard lights. The road ahead was nothing but endless gray, stretching out into the fog with no clear end. He'd been driving for hours. The journey had begun with no clear purpose other than the idea of adventure, of escaping his humdrum life. The rolling hills and endless trees outside his window felt ancient, timeless, their presence both welcoming and suffocating. And then he saw it. The first time he spotted it, his heart leaped, his hands tensed on the wheel. It had been there, standing at the edge of the woods, barely visible through the veil of mist. His breath hitched. His headlights illuminated a shape, something ancient and jagged, a house. Not just a house. It was large, its silhouette stark against the trees. Broken windows, a sagging roof. The kind of house you only read about in local ghost stories or see in old photographs. His heart thrummed in his chest, and he briefly considered slowing down. But the fog kept coming, and his headlights seemed to eat the distance as quickly as he drove. He tried to shake it off. "This is just my imagination," he whispered, his voice faint against the sound of the engine. But even as he said it, he could feel his pulse quicken. His stomach churned. Blackwood Creek. That name surfaced in his mind. The name wasn't new. He'd heard it before, at the gas station earlier that day when the old clerk had eyed him nervously. The name had seemed harmless, an oddity of rural Americana. But now it felt like a weight pressing into his thoughts. He glanced at his GPS. No signal. Figures. The mist clung to everything, and the trees loomed closer, their branches like skeletal hands reaching toward the road. Ethan thought about pulling over, finding a place to park, maybe taking a break. But his gut told him that wasn't a good idea. His mind tugged him forward, always forward. The house lingered at the edge of his awareness. He thought of going into small towns, maybe finding a room to sleep in. Instead, he was here driving into nothingness. And yet, he couldn't stop thinking about it. His tires made a wet, muffled sound against the asphalt as he continued. The fog thickened. The trees closed in. For a moment, he thought he could hear something, a sound. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it tugged at him. A whisper, a breath, something caught in the wind. His fingers tightened further on the wheel. His breath came faster, but there was nothing there. His mind was playing tricks on him. That was all. Still, the sensation lingered. His thoughts spiraled, and every instinct he had, every nerve in his body, was telling him to turn back. But the fog wouldn't allow it. Blackwood Creek appeared again, a jagged, broken outline of a house in the mist. Ethan swore it looked larger this time. The windows were dark, shattered, almost like empty eyes staring out at him. He felt his body tense. He shook his head. "Get a grip, man," he muttered to himself. He thought of turning back, but the sensation had grown stronger now. There was a pull, an irresistible draw, something unseen but present. Before he knew it, he had passed it. The house disappeared behind him, swallowed by fog, but the sensation lingered. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching him, that it had noticed him, that something was there. And now his breathing felt shallow, his hands damp against the steering wheel. He couldn't get it out of his head. The road stretched for miles, the mist refusing to dissipate. His headlights caught only the occasional outline of trees and stone. The road itself felt endless. Ethan tried to focus on his music. Something steady, something to calm his nerves. But the quiet sound of the engine, mixed with the hiss of mist, filled the cabin with an almost unnatural stillness. He hated silence. His mind kept returning to the house. It haunted him. Was it an old farmhouse? Some forgotten relic of a time long past? Or was it something else entirely? Some broken, ancient thing that watched and waited, its presence embedded into the very air itself? The whispers returned, but this time they felt different. He could hear them now, faint and distant, low, hoarse sounds that sounded almost like language. Welcome home. He nearly slammed the brakes, his hands shaking. What the hell? He muttered, his voice trembling. He swiped at his face, trying to banish the cold sweat from his brow. His headlights cut through the fog, and he tried to convince himself that it was nothing but a trick of the wind or the trees. But deep down, he knew better. His heart was pounding. His hands were shaking. He couldn't help but glance back at the road behind him. The fog was still there, but the house wasn't. He tried to convince himself it was nothing. He tried to focus on the sound of his engine, the steady beat of his tires on the road. But as he drove, the whisper came again, closer this time. Welcome home. He bit his lip, gripping the wheel tighter. His stomach clenched. His throat felt dry. What was happening? His mind felt fragile, and now, more than ever, he regretted the decision to take this trip. The pull had grown stronger, like a thread in the dark, an unseen force tugging at him. The mist swirled ahead, endless gray and cold, and for the first time, Ethan wondered what would happen if he went back. But as he thought it, his foot pressed harder on the gas pedal. The car sped into the fog, and the house watched, waiting. The air outside the car felt colder when Ethan stopped. The road was deserted, the fog surrounding him like an unbroken wall of gray. He had no idea how long he had been driving or how far he'd come from the road near the Blackwood Creek house. His breath misted in the cold air as he climbed out of the vehicle, shivering. His tires had crunched over wet leaves as he parked, and the smell of damp pine and earth lingered in his nostrils. Ethan had no choice but to pull over and try to clear his head. The whispers had been gnawing at him, insistent, almost alive. His hands gripped his coat tighter, and he looked down at his shoes. His pulse was still erratic. His fingers fumbled for his phone in his jacket pocket. No signal. He cursed under his breath, feeling trapped. He closed his eyes briefly and tried to convince himself it was nothing. A trick of exhaustion, of nerves. You're imagining things. But as he stood there, with the mist damp and cold against his cheeks, he heard it again. The whisper came from behind him, a soft sound, barely audible, like someone's breath. He froze, his eyes snapping open. His heart leapt into his throat. Welcome home. The words were so faint, they could have been carried on the wind, but they sounded real. He whipped around, his breath ragged, his body trembling. His eyes searched the trees. They loomed in the fog, black shapes swaying and shifting, alive with shadows. There was no one there. His breath came in short, shallow bursts. His hands clenched into fists. His gaze darted back to his headlights, then to his car, then into the mist again. It had to have been a sound carried on the wind. It had to have been. His mind was unraveling. That house, the house at Blackwood Creek, had gotten into his head, lodged itself in his thoughts. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. He tried to breathe slower, tried to calm his nerves. He climbed back into the car and closed the door behind him. The warmth of the heater felt good as it blew across his hands. He tried to tell himself this was fine. The house was behind him now. He would just drive. Maybe stop at a diner or find a cabin for the night. Drive. Keep driving. But even as he turned the ignition, his thoughts lingered on the whisper. His gut twisted with unease. The drive was slow at first, the fog sticking to his windshield like cold silk. He turned the radio on low, the sound of static and music filling the cabin. The familiar sound should have helped him feel better, but it only heightened his unease. His eyes darted to the fog, to the shapes of the trees, their skeletal limbs reaching down toward the road. What was out there? He couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. His hands gripped the wheel tighter. His breathing came in uneven bursts. Every time he tried to shake it off, it came back. Welcome home. He couldn't explain it. It wasn't just a sound or a whisper. Felt intentional, as though it were meant for him. He glanced into the rearview mirror. Nothing but his own face staring back. Pale, drawn, and tired. His jaw clenched. His breath came faster. His gaze darted to the side of the road. That was when he thought he saw movement. A shadow. Something moving just outside the beam of his headlights. His foot hovered over the brake, and his whole body tensed. He forced himself to calm down, to convince himself it was nothing, just a trick of the trees. But his gut told him otherwise. His hands trembled as he gripped the wheel. He glanced back at the shadow. It was there, still there, pacing just out of sight. He could almost feel it. His muscles tensed, every nerve ending alive with suspicion and dread. The static on the radio grew louder. The fog closed in. His thoughts felt scrambled, broken. He couldn't stay here. His fingers clenched harder on the wheel. The sound came again. The whisper, now clearer, closer. Welcome home. He slammed his foot on the brakes. The car skidded slightly, tires on damp asphalt. His body tensed as the sound roared in his ears. He gripped the wheel tighter and tried to stay calm. His eyes darted to the side of the road. Nothing, just fog. His breath came harder. His chest ached. He could feel his heart beating through his ribcage. He could feel it in his throat. He tried to drive faster, but the mist was unyielding. The sound followed him. No matter how fast he drove, no matter how hard he tried to ignore it, it lingered. It was in his head now, deeper than any whisper, pressing into his thoughts. He thought of pulling over, maybe taking a breath, but his hands refused to release the wheel. He glanced at his speedometer. His foot had pressed too hard on the gas without him realizing it. His speed had climbed to 60, 70. The trees blurred in the fog, the headlights barely cutting through the dense mist. His heartbeat was erratic. And then, before he knew it, he was at the edge of the woods. The sound came again, this time louder, sharp, bone-chilling. He gripped the wheel harder and looked into the mist, eyes squinting. His voice trembled as he whispered, "Who's there?" There was no answer, but his headlights caught something just at the edge of the trees, a shape, a figure. He slammed on the brakes. His heart leapt into his throat as he watched. The fog shifted. The figure was there, but then it was gone. His hands trembled as he forced himself to pull the car off the road. His body felt cold, his muscles tense, and his head pounded. The whispers were there again, low, faint, as though they were hiding just behind his consciousness. He couldn't trust his mind anymore. He closed his eyes and tried to steady his breathing, but the unease lingered. His gut was heavy with dread. He couldn't shake the feeling. The presence was there. It had found him. It was waiting. The car's engine ticked as Ethan let his hands rest on the steering wheel. His breath came in short bursts, his mind racing. His body felt heavy, drained. His whole being was caught in that limbo between rational thought and something primal, something ancient. He had parked at the side of the road, and the fog continued to press in on him, cold and unyielding. The sound, the whisper, had come again. It was still there, coiling around the edges of his thoughts, tugging at him like a thread unraveling. Welcome home. It wasn't just a sound anymore. Felt like a message, or perhaps a command. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed him, had embedded itself into his mind like a parasite. The trees outside the windshield shifted in the mist, their skeletal branches swaying in an invisible breeze. His fingers dug into the leather of the steering wheel. His voice cracked as he whispered, "No, no way. I must be losing it." He forced himself to start the engine again. He couldn't stay here in the dark, in the cold. The air inside the car felt stale, and his gut told him that staying would only make it worse. The tires crunched against damp leaves as he pulled back onto the road. The headlights cut through the mist, casting only shadows and outlines. His hands trembled on the wheel as he forced himself to look at the road ahead, ignoring the sounds in his head. His thoughts raced. He tried to push the experience behind him, but he couldn't. His pulse still thumped in his temples. His eyes kept flicking to the trees, their movements seeming strange, alive, as though they were watching him. He needed a distraction. His mind turned to practical things: food, warmth, getting somewhere with a bed. His stomach growled. His hands shook as he adjusted the heat. The music on the radio was soothing in its own way, but it couldn't dispel the dread completely. But then his eyes caught something, just at the edge of the road. He froze. His headlights illuminated a figure, a shadow. It was fleeting, just a shape moving in the mist. His breath hitched as he slammed his foot on the brakes. The car skidded again. His headlights caught nothing but trees and fog, but his chest felt tight. He gripped the wheel harder. Was it a person? He stared into the mist. His breathing felt ragged, the air uneven in his chest. His hands were trembling again. He had to calm himself. It was probably an animal, a deer, or his mind playing tricks on him. He exhaled shakily, trying to convince himself. But as he looked into the shadows again, his breath hitched. The figure was there. Only this time it wasn't fleeting. It lingered. Ethan could almost make out a shape, a figure just standing there watching. His headlights couldn't capture its face, but he could feel it. His stomach clenched, and cold sweat broke out across his brow. His voice came again, cracking, trembling. "Who's there?" he called into the fog. Silence. The trees swayed again, and he could hear the faint hiss of the mist against the roof of his car. His heart felt like it was beating too hard, too fast. His body was in full panic now, adrenaline and dread mixing together in a horrible stew. His hands clenched tighter on the wheel. Was it an animal? Could it be a lost hiker? Or was it something else? Before he could second-guess himself, he threw the car into gear and pressed the gas pedal harder than he should have. His tires dug into the wet asphalt, and the car tore through the mist, leaving the figure behind. His headlights illuminated nothing but trees. His heart pounded in his chest. The whisper came again. "Welcome home." He nearly crashed as his hands gripped the wheel tighter. His breath came in short, sharp bursts. His stomach felt sour. He couldn't stop hearing it. It was in his head now, playing over and over. Was this some kind of mental breakdown? Or was this place alive? The car's engine growled as he pressed on the gas harder. His eyes darted to the trees, but the figure had disappeared. His thoughts felt fragmented, disjointed. His gut told him to stop, to think, to rest, but he couldn't. His foot remained heavy on the accelerator. He could feel himself slipping. The first sign. The further he drove, the more uneasy he felt. His hands trembled, and every few minutes, his mind would catch an image. A flicker of something outside the car. Shadows, shapes. His headlights couldn't pierce through the fog far enough. His radio played soft static, attempting to steady him, but it only heightened his sense of isolation. And then he saw it, a shape in the woods. It was moving. Something was there. Ethan swerved slightly and slammed his foot on the brake again. His hands trembled as his heart threatened to pound its way out of his chest. His headlights cut through the mist, but all he could see was the familiar forest, trees, fog, shadows. His breath came in short bursts, and he tried to stay calm. What is wrong with me? His hands clenched tighter on the wheel, and then his headlights flickered. The momentary flicker felt strange, almost like it had been deliberate. His breath caught. The lights settled again, but a cold, creeping sensation crawled up his spine. Something was wrong. Ethan's chest felt tight, his gut twisted, and then the whisper came again, closer this time. Welcome home. The words cut into his thoughts like a blade. Ethan could feel the sound in his bones, in his very soul. His hands trembled so violently that he thought he might lose control of the car. The fog pressed in. The trees whispered back at him. He swerved onto the shoulder of the road, unsure if he could keep going. His mind felt like it was trying to pull itself apart. His body felt frail, broken, caught between terror and confusion. His breathing came faster and faster, the sound of it loud in his head. He had to stop. His mind couldn't handle it. He pulled the car to a halt. The engine ticked. The fog was absolute. And then, faintly, almost imperceptibly, the sound came again. Not a whisper this time. The sigh. He looked at his rearview mirror. His face was pale. His hands trembled. His lips parted. And then he understood. The presence was not merely in his head. It was real. He could feel it. And it was watching. Ethan's heart thudded as he sat motionless in the driver's seat. The cold air from the mist pressed into the car, seeping through the cracks and sending shivers over his skin. His hands trembled on the steering wheel, his breathing coming in shallow, uneven gasps. Something was there. He could feel it. It wasn't just in his mind anymore. The sound, the whisper, the sigh had come from outside the car. He was sure of it. His skin felt too tight, his breath shaky, his thoughts clouded with fear. His instincts screamed at him to get out, to investigate, to run. But his body refused to obey. He stared into the fog. The silence felt suffocating. The trees were dark and motionless, their skeletal shapes disappearing into the mist. The sound had come from there, somewhere beyond the veil of white, beyond the glow of his headlights. His gut twisted, and his fingers clenched tighter on the wheel. Why am I here? He thought. The presence lingered. Ethan could almost sense it, as though it were alive, coiling and breathing, watching him. His lips parted, and for a moment he thought about calling out. But his throat was dry. His voice felt trapped, buried. like it wouldn't come. He forced himself to take a breath. I can't stay here. But when he tried to shift into gear, his body trembled again. His hands shook harder. He couldn't move. His pulse roared in his ears. His entire body was locked with fear. The whisper came again, soft but clear. "Welcome home." He bit his lip, his teeth scraping against the cold air. His vision felt blurred, his breath shallow. His mind couldn't process it. He glanced at the passenger side of the car, as though expecting someone to appear there, to emerge from the fog, to confront him. His fingers fumbled with the door handle, but there was nothing. He pressed his hand against his forehead. His head ached. "Stop it," he whispered to himself. "You're losing it." But his words felt hollow. His thoughts spiraled. His grip on reality felt fragile. He needed to confront this presence, or it would eat him alive. Getting out. His hands trembled as he forced himself to open the car door. The cold air rushed into the vehicle, sharp and wet. His breath hitched as he stepped out onto the shoulder of the road. The mist enveloped him, swallowing him whole, and he could feel the weight of the trees. They seemed to lean closer, to watch, their branches reaching toward him as though they had hands, claw-like and alive. He shivered, his teeth chattering. "Hello?" he called out, his voice barely audible over the sound of the fog and the wind. His voice felt thin, fragile, and it disappeared into the mist. Silence. He took another step. His heart pounded harder. His body felt like it might give out at any moment, but he forced himself to move. His breaths came in short bursts. His shoes crunched against wet leaves and dirt. His hands were trembling, his coat damp from the fog. He stood in the dark. His breath came in. He could feel the presence all around him now. It was close. His skin prickled with every second, and every instinct he had told him to run. His chest felt tight, but then he heard it again, a sound from behind him. He whipped his head around. Nothing. His voice cracked as he tried to steady himself. "Who's there?" he asked again. And then, faint, unmistakable, the sound came once more. A rustling. It was in the trees. It was real. His blood ran cold. He could hear footsteps, or at least he thought he could. His hands trembled as he fumbled for his keys. His throat felt dry. His chest ached. His thoughts were a swirl of panic, confusion, and dread. The presence was moving. He felt himself sway. His legs felt weak. Run. But before his feet could move, there was a noise. Not footsteps this time, but a groaning sound. A low, guttural, resonant sound that felt as though it came from the depths of the earth. He froze. His breath hitched. It was here. His heart felt like it was about to burst. His hands fumbled against his coat pocket. His keys felt too cold, too distant, too far. He didn't know what it was. His voice came out in a strangled whisper. "What are you?" But the sound didn't answer. And then, a pair of faint shapes emerged from the fog. Two figures. They were shadows, half seen, and they felt enormous, monstrous in their quiet presence. His breath came harder as he took a step back. Fear gripped him. He could see nothing but shadow and mist. His body felt frail, powerless. His heart felt as though it would tear itself apart. The figures were approaching, slow and deliberate, and Ethan was frozen. I should have stayed in the car, but it was too late. The presence had found him. The whisper came again. "Welcome home." Ethan's breath came faster, his chest heaving. His body trembled, his knees feeling weak and unsteady. The sound, The groaning, rustling, and whispering surrounded him, coiling tighter with every passing moment. His feet felt heavy on the ground. His thoughts felt fractured, scattered like broken glass. He wanted to run, but his body refused to obey. The two figures moved through the mist, their shapes slow, deliberate. Ethan could feel their presence as though they were reaching into him, tugging at his thoughts, pulling him into their sphere. His gut felt leaden, his muscles felt paralyzed, and he was certain they could see him. His heart pounded in his chest, his body alive with the sensation of pure terror. What are they? He thought. The groaning sound came again, lower this time, more guttural. His stomach twisted, and he tried to tell himself it wasn't real, that maybe this was his mind, the product of exhaustion, fear, or some unspoken psychological torment. But the figures were still there. They were real. Stay back, he forced himself to say, his voice hoarse, trembling. His words felt weak, insignificant in the vast, echoing fog. The figures didn't stop. Their shapes moved with purpose, their footsteps soundless but deliberate, and the groaning sound pressed into his bones. He fumbled in his coat pocket for his keys again, his hands trembling. His heart ached, his throat felt dry, his legs felt numb. What do they want? His voice was hoarse again, but louder this time. He tried to summon strength. Stay back. I'll call the police. But no sound came from his phone. His signal had long since died, and the figures in the fog didn't care about his words. The mist closed in further, shrouding everything. And then, suddenly, the groaning sound stopped. Silence. Ethan froze. The fog felt colder now, colder than it had any right to feel. His chest was tight. He could hear nothing but the rush of his own breath, the thundering of his heart. He waited, and then came the sound. It wasn't a groan this time. It was a whisper. Welcome home. His blood ran cold. He took a shaky breath. His hands clenched tighter. His vision was swimming. His knees threatened to give way. His mind felt frayed, as though it were losing cohesion. No, I can't. We can't lose here. He summoned every ounce of strength in his body and turned back toward his car. His breath came in desperate bursts as he sprinted toward his vehicle. The fog a cold, silent wall around him. His legs shook with every step. His feet slipped on the wet ground. And then, finally, he was at the car. His fingers fumbled at the handle. He yanked it open, stumbled into the seat, and slammed the door behind him. His hands trembled as he tried to turn the key in the ignition. His body was shaking violently. He could feel their presence outside. He could feel the air pressing at the window. His breath came in gasps. His hands felt clammy. He forced the car into gear and slammed on the accelerator. The tires spun for a moment as they struggled for traction on the damp road. But then the car surged forward. Ethan's grip on the wheel was white-knuckled as he tore through the mist, his headlights illuminating nothing but trees and fog. He could still hear it, the whisper, the groaning, the presence, as though it were following him, lingering just out of sight. His breaths came faster, and his head swam with fear. What was that? What is this place? The fog felt alive. The trees felt alive. He could feel the presence in every shadow, in every sound, in every breath of wind. But he didn't dare stop. He kept driving. The lonely road. Ethan drove in silence for what felt like hours, though he couldn't be sure. His mind was too clouded with fear and exhaustion. His hands trembled on the wheel. His body felt weak, and his breathing remained erratic. His headlights barely cut through the mist. The road stretched in front of him, a never-ending ribbon of damp pavement and fog. He tried to convince himself that he had escaped, that the figures, the sound, and the whisper were nothing more than tricks of his mind. He tried to convince himself that driving away was enough, that if he could just put distance between himself and whatever that was, he would be fine. But the sensation lingered. He felt eyes on him. He felt them. He couldn't shake the feeling, no matter how much he tried. His hands gripped the wheel tighter. His throat was dry. His stomach twisted. What had he stumbled into? His thoughts returned to the Blackwood Creek house, the old, dilapidated building. His mind swam with memories of that place. The images, the sound, the whispers that had begun in his head. Had it all started there? Was it connected? Or was this place alive in ways that went far beyond reason? The fog was too thick. The trees seemed too alive. He pressed on the accelerator again, his breath shaking, the road pulling him into its grasp. His headlights picked out dark shapes to his sides, trees, shadowy limbs reaching for him. His vision felt blurred, his mind teetering on the edge. And then, out of the mist, came another sound. Faint, low groan. He froze, his body tensed. He slammed the brakes, the tires skidding on the wet road. His breath came in short, shallow bursts. He gripped the wheel tightly and tried to calm himself. But it was too late. The groaning sound was louder now, and the whisper came again. "Welcome home." Ethan's heart pounded. His hands gripped the wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The groaning sound, the whisper, the presence. Everything was alive and real. His body felt as though it were being pulled into the fog, into the shadows. His vision swam, and the sound in his head was deafening. He could no longer deny it. The presence was real. His breath came in shallow bursts as he fought to calm himself. He gritted his teeth, focusing on the road ahead. His headlights cut through the mist, but all he could see were trees, looming, ancient, and alive. The groaning sound lingered, and every step of his driving felt as though it was pulling him deeper into this nightmare. His mind kept circling back to that house, the Blackwood Creek house. It wasn't just an abandoned building. It wasn't just a relic of history. His gut told him there was something more there, something he had yet to uncover. He couldn't shake the feeling that it, whatever it was, had been waiting for him, that the house itself had called to him in some way. He needed answers, but how could he face them? His hands trembled as he pressed the accelerator harder, forcing himself down the lonely road. His heart felt like it would beat out of his chest. His breathing was ragged and uneven. His body ached from the tension, his muscles stiff with fear. His head swam as his thoughts threatened to spiral again. No, he couldn't let panic win. He forced himself to think, what could I do? How do I get away? But the fog continued to press in. The sound continued to gnaw at his sanity, and his hands continued to tremble. The whisper came again. Welcome home. He gritted his teeth and pressed the accelerator harder, praying he could escape. A vision in the mist. As he drove, the fog seemed to thicken, as though it were alive and eager to consume him. His headlights barely illuminated the edges of the road, and his vision felt distorted. He could hear the steady hiss of mist on his windows. His hands trembled, and his head felt light. And then it happened. A figure appeared on the side of the road. Ethan slammed his foot on the brakes. The tires skidded and groaned as they struggled to stop. His heart felt like it had leapt into his throat. His breath came in short, gasping bursts. He stared. The figure stood still, shrouded by the mist, illuminated only by the faint glow of his headlights. It was human-shaped, but its features were impossible to make out. His hands trembled. His throat felt dry. Is this a person? He wondered. His voice came out hoarse. "Hey, are you okay?" Silence. He gripped the steering wheel harder, waiting. The figure didn't move. The groaning sound came again, closer this time. Ethan could feel it vibrating through his bones. His body tensed, his chest clenched. His mind felt overloaded. And then the figure moved. It stepped toward the car. Ethan felt his body lock with fear. Before he could react, the figure was gone. Just like that, Ethan's breath came in short, shallow bursts. His hands trembled as he forced himself to keep driving. He couldn't stop. His thoughts were too fractured. His heart ached. His body felt weak, but his mind clung to one thing. What did that mean? He had to return. He had to return to the house. Somehow, in the pit of his mind, he knew that Blackwood Creek would not let him escape, that this presence, the groaning, the whispers, had tethered itself to him. He could run, but the answers lay at the house. His mind refused to let him deny it. He had to go back. The drive back to Blackwood Creek felt endless, even though it only took a few minutes. The fog had thickened further, curling over the road like a living thing, and Ethan's hands remained locked on the steering wheel. His body felt frail, his heart still pounding from the earlier encounter. He could feel it, the presence. It lingered in his mind, twisting through his thoughts like a serpent. He couldn't shake the whisper, "Welcome home," and now he knew that ignoring it would no longer work. It wasn't just fear. It wasn't exhaustion. There was something at Blackwood Creek that would answer his questions. He had to know. As he drove, his headlights illuminated the winding, twisting road ahead. The trees felt enormous, their skeletal limbs reaching over the pavement like grasping fingers. His breath came in short, shallow bursts, and his hands were slick with sweat. His entire body felt wired with tension. He could no longer deny that his journey had brought him here. The groaning sound, the whisper, and the presence. It had all begun in that house. His gut told him that the answers awaited him within its walls. His mind had replayed the sound of the whisper countless times. Welcome home. What did it mean? Why did it seem so familiar? He pressed harder on the accelerator, the tires biting into the wet pavement. The old, familiar path. His headlights cut through the fog, and the outline of the house soon came into view. The structure was as old and decrepit as it had been the first time he saw it. The wooden beams were rotting, the windows broken, and the roof sagged in defiance against time. It loomed in the mist like some ancient monument to secrets forgotten. Ethan's throat was dry. His hands trembled as he brought the car to a slow stop in front of the overgrown path leading to the house. The air felt colder here, sharp and damp. His breaths came quickly, and he hesitated. The house looked the same, but now he could feel something else. It was stronger this time, powerful, deliberate, and cold. His breath hitched as he climbed out of the car. The mist pressed against his skin like cold hands, and his shoes sank into the wet ground. He could almost hear the sound of breathing, though it wasn't his own. He stared at the house. The presence had drawn him back. The groaning sound came again, and his bones ached as though it were pulling him. He felt his legs weaken. His heart was thunderous in his chest. Every instinct in his body told him to run. But his mind had already made its decision. He stepped onto the overgrown path. His footsteps felt far too loud against the silence. Each step took him deeper into the shadows. The mist seemed to part before him and close again behind him, as though the forest were alive, watching, guiding, welcoming him home. The whisper came again as he stood at the front door. "Welcome home." He hesitated, his hand hovering over the broken wooden doorknob. His breath came in short bursts. His mind felt torn, panic clawing at the edges of reason. He glanced at the windows, dirty glass, shattered panes, shadows moving behind them. He could feel something inside the house. He gripped the doorknob and turned it. The door groaned as it opened, and cold air rushed out at him, carrying the smell of mildew, rot, and ancient stone. His breath came faster. His body trembled as he took his first step inside. He could feel the presence here. It was waiting. The air was colder inside. The house felt ancient, abandoned, but alive. His heart raced as he stepped into the living room, its floorboards creaking under his weight. The darkness enveloped him, broken only by the faint glow of his headlights cutting through the mist that clung to the old wooden walls. The air was musty, heavy with secrets. He could feel it. The presence was all around him. He could hear whispers, soft and faint, not in his head this time, but in the walls, in the shadows. His breath came in shallow bursts as he strained to listen. The groaning sound came again, this time from deeper inside the house. Ethan froze. His eyes darted toward the hallway leading to the rest of the house. The shadows, there were absolute blackness, moving, shifting, and alive. His legs felt weak, his body refused to obey. His throat was dry, but he couldn't stop. He forced himself forward, exploring the secrets. Ethan moved carefully through the house, his flashlight shaking in his hand. The shadows danced and flitted along the walls. The groaning grew louder with each step, reverberating through the old, rotting wood. His breath came faster. His knees felt weak. What was waiting for him? The hallway felt endless, the walls seeming to shift as though they were alive. His eyes darted from shadow to shadow, his heart racing. His hands were clammy, his breath hitched with every step. Something was waiting. He felt it. And then, at the end of the hallway, a door. It was closed. His hand trembled as he reached out for the doorknob. His heartbeat roared in his chest, and his breath felt short. He hesitated. What was behind this door? He twisted the knob. The door groaned as it swung open. The light spilled in, illuminating a small, decrepit bedroom. The walls were cracked. Dust and cobwebs hung from every surface. A single old bed lay against the wall, a table beside it with an old, cracked photograph resting on it. Ethan's breath came fast as he stepped into the room, his flashlight illuminating the photograph. His heart dropped. The image was old and faded, but unmistakable. It was a picture of a family for people. 2 parents, 2 children. Ethan could barely believe what he was seeing. And then his breath caught. The man in the photograph looked exactly like him. Ethan's hands trembled as he stared at the photograph. His flashlight's beam danced over the worn, faded image. The family was smiling, their expressions frozen in time. A mother, a father, and 2 children. The man in the photo, standing beside his wife, looked almost exactly like Ethan. His jaw tightened, his breath quickened. He felt dizzy. Was this a trick? A hallucination? His hands were clammy as he gripped the edges of the table. His knees threatened to give way beneath him. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat feeling sharp and raw. The photograph felt important, felt like a key. Ethan's breath came in short, shallow bursts as he picked the photograph up. His hands shook as he held it in front of his face. His eyes darted over it again and again. His thoughts felt like a storm. Confusion, fear, and disbelief battling each other. His mind felt trapped in an unending loop. Why do I look like him? Who are these people? He looked at the photograph again. His face contorted as his breath came in rapid bursts. His fingers clutched at his jacket. He could feel the presence again. The groaning sound, the whisper, the cold sensation creeping up his spine. This is connected. The whisper from earlier came again in his head. Soft, faint, but deliberate. Welcome home. He dropped the photograph onto the table. His hands felt numb. His knees felt weak. His heart threatened to give out. He looked around the room, his flashlight's beam illuminating the small, crumbling space. His breathing hitched as his eyes wandered over the walls, the cracks in the wooden panels, the broken furniture. There was something in this house, something old, something buried beneath the layers of dust and rot. He could feel it. He could feel it clawing at the edges of his mind. His body tensed. He could no longer ignore it, following the threads. He couldn't stay in this room. His gut was telling him that the house had secrets buried deep within its foundations. The groaning sound had grown louder, vibrating through the walls and beneath his feet. His throat felt dry as he steadied his breathing and glanced at the hallway again. The sound was coming from somewhere deeper in the house. He forced himself to his feet, his legs trembling, and picked up his flashlight again. His breathing came in short, sharp bursts as he stepped back into the dark hallway. His hand trembled as he aimed the light forward. The shadows danced and moved along the walls. He needed answers. He forced himself to walk, his heart pounding, his breath sharp and shallow. His muscles felt weak, but he couldn't stop. The sound grew louder as he moved, a low, guttural groaning that rattled the bones. His flashlight beam danced over the cracked wooden floorboards as he crept forward. He reached another door, the sound pulling at him, drawing him closer. His hand was trembling as he touched the doorknob. His breath came in sharp gasps. His body felt like it would give out at any moment, but he gritted his teeth and twisted the knob. The door creaked open. Cold air rushed at him, carrying the smell of mold and damp stone. His flashlight beam swept into the next room, and he froze. What he saw made his breath catch. The room was not like the rest of the house. Felt alive. The walls were covered in strange symbols, lines of ancient script carved into the stone, glowing faintly with an otherworldly, pale blue light. His hands shook as he stepped into the room. His body trembled, his breathing shallow. He could feel the presence here. It was real. The symbols glowed faintly as if pulsing with an energy of their own. His heart raced as he took a step closer. His fingers hovered in the air, unsure whether to touch the symbols. The groaning sound seemed louder here, vibrating through his bones. His body felt electrified, and then the whisper came again. Welcome home. Felt stronger this time, closer. Ethan's throat closed. He stared at the symbols. They were alive. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a hallucination. It was real. His mind was racing, but his body felt paralyzed. His feet wouldn't move. His breathing came harder. His gut told him that this room was significant, too significant to ignore. What is this? What have I stumbled into? The symbols seemed to shift, their glow pulsing faster now. The air around him felt colder, colder than any wind or draft should have made it. His breath hitched, his muscles were locked. Suddenly, from the center of the symbols, a shape began to emerge. His entire body went still. He could feel it. This wasn't just an image. It was something real. He could feel it in his bones. The presence was alive, and it was waking. The air crackled with tension, and Ethan could feel his heart pounding in his chest. His breath came in sharp, shallow bursts, each one louder than the last as he stared at the glowing symbols. The pulsing glow had intensified, casting an eerie light across the stone walls. His flashlight trembled in his hand as his mind raced. What have I gotten myself into? The symbols felt alive. They weren't merely designs on ancient stone. They radiated an energy, a power. Ethan could sense it. A deep, ancient, and unknowable presence, rooted in the foundations of this house and the very essence of Blackwood Creek. He tried to step back, but his legs refused to obey. His body felt as though it were anchored to the ground. His breathing came harder. His fingers gripped the flashlight so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The glowing symbols pulsed again, and the whisper came closer. "Welcome home." The sound sent a shiver down his spine. His hands trembled as he forced himself to take a shaky step back. His body felt fragile. His mind swam. And then, from the center of the symbols, a shadow began to emerge. It was a shape, slowly at first, swirling out of the glowing light. Ethan could barely believe his eyes. His heart felt as though it would stop. He could see the outline of a figure forming, twisting and writhing in the glowing energy. Was it a person? A ghost? He couldn't tell. His flashlight beam barely illuminated the shape, but it was there. It moved with a slow, deliberate motion, its form shifting, writhing, pulsing with the glow. It looked ancient, familiar, not quite human, yet not entirely formless. Ethan's body trembled. Fear gripped him. He knew he should run. His instincts screamed at him to flee, but his legs remained paralyzed. His eyes were wide, locked onto the figure as it emerged from the light. His throat felt dry, his body weak. The whisper came again, this time louder, more resonant. "You've come back." The voice wasn't just a whisper anymore. It filled the room with a low, ethereal hum, a sound that vibrated through Ethan's bones. His breath hitched. His muscles felt like they were about to give out. "Why did you leave? You belong here." The figure became clearer, its shape solidifying, taking on features, eyes, a face, a presence. Its form humanoid but twisted in unnatural ways. Ethan could feel it watching him, its gaze piercing into his very soul. He could feel the weight of it. Ethan tried again to move, but his legs were frozen. His mind swam. His breath came in short, shallow gasps. "What is this?" he thought. "What does it mean?" The figure moved toward him, slow and deliberate. The symbols glowed brighter as it moved, their pulsing light illuminating the room with an otherworldly brilliance. Ethan could feel the presence growing closer, its energy suffocating, heavy. He could hear its voice again. "You're part of this now, always have been." The words sent a jolt through him. Ethan forced himself to take a step back, his body shaking, his breath coming faster. His mind was a torrent of emotions: confusion, panic, anger, fear. His body was on the brink of collapse, but he fought to stay conscious. What does it mean? Always have been? The glowing figure paused, as though considering him. Ethan's flashlight trembled in his hand. He couldn't tear his eyes away from it. The voice came again, softer this time. "You are the key." The words echoed in his mind. His entire body felt cold, his chest tight. He could feel the presence invading his thoughts, crawling into the recesses of his mind, searching, prying. The key to what? Ethan thought desperately. The figure seemed to grin, though its face was a shifting mask of shadows and light. To the truth. And with that, the glowing symbols began to lose their brightness. The presence retched backward into the mist, and the pulsing light began to fade. The figure melted into the shadows as though it were a part of the very mist itself. Ethan gasped as his legs finally gave way. He stumbled backward, gasping, collapsing to his knees. His body felt weak, his hands trembling. His breath came in sharp bursts as the energy receded. The whisper was still with him. "You belong here," he gasped again, struggling to catch his breath. His entire body ached. His mind felt broken, fragmented, but one thing lingered. One question refused to leave his mind. What truth was it talking about? Gathering his thoughts, Ethan stayed on the cold stone floor for several minutes, trying to steady his breathing. His flashlight lay beside him, its light casting faint rays onto the ancient walls. His mind felt fragmented, his thoughts swirling. He could hear the groaning sound again. Soft, distant, but persistent. His hands clenched into fists. He needed answers. The whisper had called him the key, but the key to what? He had no idea what the symbols meant, or why the house seemed to have an affinity for him. His thoughts raced. His entire body felt broken. He could still feel the presence near him, even though it was gone. He couldn't stop here. He had to learn what the symbols meant, what connection he had to this place, and what this presence wanted from him. His hands trembled as he gripped the flashlight tighter. His breath came unevenly, but determination was beginning to settle over him. He would find the answers, but where did he start? He glanced back toward the hallway and then at the symbols again. His mind churned. He had to dig deeper. If this was connected to him, his past, his identity, his very existence, he needed to uncover the truth. The symbols, the whisper, the presence, and now this house. It was all tied together. The question was, how? He had to find out. And so Ethan stood. His knees ached. His breath was still unsteady, but he forced himself to move toward the shadows, into the deeper halls of the house, ready to uncover the secrets buried beneath the weight of time. Ethan stood on the cold stone floor, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts. The presence lingered at the edges of his mind, a ghostly whisper, pulling at him. His hand gripped the flashlight tighter, its faint glow illuminating the ancient symbols etched into the stone wall. The house felt alive, as though it were shifting and breathing around him. He couldn't let his fear stop him. His curiosity, his need for answers was stronger. His body felt fragile, but he forced his muscles to obey. His legs ached as he stood, and his breathing remained uneven, but he took his first steps into the deeper corridors of the house. The groaning sound, the low vibrations in the walls, seemed louder now. It came from the shadows, from somewhere deep within the foundation of this ancient structure. His flashlight cut through the gloom as he stepped back into the hallway. The symbols glowed faintly behind him. He could still feel the presence. He could still hear its whisper. "You are the key." He shook his head, trying to push the fear out of his thoughts. His flashlight illuminated the hallway ahead. which seemed to stretch endlessly into the shadows. The air was colder here, colder than it should have been. His footsteps felt soft and damp on the rotting wooden floor. He had to find out the truth. The forgotten hallway. The deeper into the house he went, the more the groaning grew louder. It was as though the house itself was alive, groaning and whispering beneath its breath. The narrow hallway felt damp and unstable underfoot. Ethan kept his hand against the wall for balance as he moved. The symbols felt like they were pulling him. He couldn't help but turn his attention back toward the faint glow. His mind swam. He could feel a force, a presence, leading him deeper. His flashlight beam danced over the crumbling walls and broken furniture as he followed the sound. His breath came in short, uneven gasps. The groaning was unmistakably close now. It was coming from behind another door. His hand trembled as he touched the doorknob. His muscles felt weak. His breathing felt shaky, but he steeled himself. He couldn't stop now. His mind was alive with questions. What's behind this door? He twisted the knob. The door creaked open. Cold air rushed at him, sending a shiver through his body. His flashlight illuminated another narrow chamber, this one smaller, tighter. The walls were covered in dirt, stone, and broken furniture. His breath caught as he saw more symbols. Symbols etched into the stone floor, similar to those he had seen in the other room. The groaning sound came from within this chamber. His body trembled as his flashlight swept over the floor. At the center of the symbols on the ground, a dark shape moved. It was hard to make out, but it was unmistakably alive, or at least something was there. His heart raced. He stepped further into the chamber, the flashlight shaking in his hands. The presence felt ancient, powerful, and unknowable. His voice felt caught in his throat, and then the groaning stopped. Silence. The air grew colder. He could feel his breath in his chest, shallow and uneven. A sound came from the center of the symbols. Click. His entire body tensed. A shape began to form at the center of the glowing symbols. Shadows, faint figures, ghostly wisps. His flashlight beam caught them just as they shifted. His muscles refused to move. His mind felt like it was being dragged toward it. The whisper came again. "You've come," he gasped. Ethan froze as the whisper came again. His heart felt like it was lodged in his throat. His body was trembling, his breath shallow and uneven. His flashlight illuminated the glowing symbols on the ground, their pale blue light pulsing faintly. The shape in the center of the symbols was beginning to solidify, taking on a form he couldn't fully recognize, but it felt ancient and alive. He could feel it watching him. The cold air swam around him, and the groaning sound, low and guttural, seemed to resonate through the stone walls. His body refused to obey him, though his instincts screamed that he should flee. His hands gripped his flashlight tighter. "You've come." The voice was clearer now, though it still carried that strange, ethereal tone. Ethan could almost feel it in his bones, vibrating against his soul. He could feel its presence prying at his mind. He took a step back. "What are you?" His voice cracked as he managed to force the question out. His throat felt dry, raw. The whisper came again. "A part of your history." The words sent a chill down his spine. He stared at the glowing symbols etched into the stone. They weren't just decorative or random designs, they were patterns, language, power. Ethan could feel their weight, their significance, and their pull. They felt ancient, buried in time, connected to the house and perhaps to him. He had to learn what they meant. Before he could lose his nerve, he dropped to his knees beside the symbols. His fingers hovered over the worn stone, the glow faintly illuminating the cracks and dirt. He traced one of the symbols with his hand, careful, uncertain, his breath shaky. As his fingers brushed against the stone, a sharp sensation ran through him, like an electric jolt. His body tensed, his eyes widened. Images, the symbols began to shimmer beneath his hand. His mind felt pulled into them, his thoughts spinning. The sensation was overwhelming. A flood of images, memories, and visions. He could see the house, the ancient rituals, the figures in robes, figures standing in dark shadows around glowing fires. He could see ceremonies, chants, symbols drawn onto stone and earth. The visions came fast. Faces, screams, shadows, blood. And then a voice, a phrase. The key is the blood. The key is remembrance. Ethan gasped, pulling his hand back. His breath came in sharp bursts. His eyes darted between the glowing symbols and the dark shape in the center of the light. The house groaned again, louder this time. His body felt weak, the visions fading, but the phrase lingered in his mind. The key is the blood. The key is remembrance. He looked down at his hands, his palms trembling. Blood. His blood? What did it mean? The cryptic whisper and the visions felt like fragments of forgotten knowledge, tied to something ancient, to the presence in this house, to his very existence. He forced himself to his feet, gripping the flashlight tightly. His legs ached as he stared at the symbols again. They pulsed as though alive. His hand hovered, torn between fear and curiosity. He could feel the pull again, as though the symbols were speaking to him, guiding him toward a truth he couldn't yet understand. The groaning sound came again, and he turned his attention toward the center of the symbols. Something was moving there, the presence. It was stronger now. He had to learn more. He had to understand. The hidden chamber. Ethan glanced back at the hallway. His instincts were torn. He could run, but fear wouldn't provide the answers he sought. His breathing came unevenly as he stepped back into the glow of the faint light. His hand grasped at his jacket as he scanned the room again. He needed to find another way. There had to be answers hidden here. He began to push back through the shadows, sweeping his flashlight's beam over the stone walls, broken furniture, and dusty remnants of the house. His mind felt fragmented, but his resolve was growing stronger. His flashlight illuminated a small opening just beyond the stone archway, obscured by debris. He moved toward it. His fingers gripped broken wood and stone as he cleared the path. His flashlight beam cut through the dust and the dark, illuminating the small tunnel-like opening. His chest heaved as he stepped through it, his body tense, his mind screaming at him to stop. But he didn't stop. He pressed forward into the narrow, damp space. The air was colder here, the stone slick and wet. His flashlight beam cut through the mist, revealing ancient carvings and symbols on the stone walls as he moved. His breathing came in sharp bursts as he advanced, the sound of his heartbeat pounding in his chest. He could feel it, the presence. It was here. It was all around him. And then the tunnel widened. He found himself in a small, dimly lit chamber. The symbols were everywhere, etched into the walls, the floors, the ceiling. The glow was faint but unmistakable. His flashlight illuminated ancient tools, fragments of ceremonial items, bones, artifacts. His heart sank. His breathing came faster. This was the source. The air felt alive, and the groaning sound came again. Ethan's breath hitched as he looked at the symbols. He could feel their weight, their significance, and then another sound, a whisper stronger this time. You must choose. His heart pounded harder. He could feel his choices pulling at him. Truth, fear, history. His mind swam. The weight of the house pressed on him, ancient and cold, alive. What choice would he make? What would he uncover? The glow from the symbols pulsed again as though alive, and Ethan took his first uncertain step into the darkness. Ethan hesitated at the threshold of the ancient chamber, his breathing ragged and uneven, his flashlight's beam cut across the dim walls. Illuminating symbols, artifacts, and skeletal remains scattered across the floor. The air was colder here, and the groaning sound was louder, like the breath of a living thing buried beneath stone. The whisper had come again. You must choose. His body trembled as he stood in the glow of the faint symbols. His fingers gripped his flashlight so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The weight of the air pressed against him, suffocating and ancient. The phrase lingered in his mind. You must choose. The presence was here. It was real. He could feel it. An ethereal force wrapped in shadow and memory, clawing at the edges of his thoughts. His feet felt heavy, uncertain. His heartbeat was a steady drumbeat in his chest, its rhythm erratic. He could feel the pull of the symbols. He could feel the pull of secrets, of power, of the ancient presence. But what did the whisper mean? What choice was he supposed to make? His thoughts raced as he tried to parse through the words, to make sense of the ethereal voice in his mind. His breaths came faster as panic threatened to overtake him. Was this a choice of life or death? Was it a choice between fear and knowledge? His eyes scanned the room, landing on the ancient artifacts and skeletal remains. There were bone fragments, ancient relics of rituals that seemed to hum with energy, with an unspoken purpose. His flashlight illuminated them, but the shadows danced on the walls, playing tricks on him. The symbols glowed again, faintly, like breathing embers. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to steady himself. His breath came in sharp bursts. He could hear his own heartbeat. The whisper repeated, louder this time. You must choose. The two paths. Ethan knew there were two paths before him. His mind struggled to understand what the presence was offering, but the choice felt simpler than it appeared. His thoughts split into two possibilities. Knowledge, to uncover the truth, the history, the symbols, the ancient whispers. To become a part of this darkness. To understand the secrets buried beneath the house, at the heart of his very existence. Escape, to flee, to return to the surface, to leave this house behind, to deny the pull and survive. His body was racked with indecision. His breathing came faster as he tried to understand his options. Both paths would lead him into unknown territory, but one felt certain: the path of ignorance, the safer path, would likely leave him alone. Yet the other path tugged at him, promising answers. He knew that knowledge was dangerous, that uncovering the secrets of the house would plunge him deeper into its shadows. He could feel the presence, the pull, the weight of the symbols pressing into his mind. His hand trembled as he reached out, uncertain which path to take. The symbols glowed brighter. He could feel them. His heart beat harder. The choice, the decision. Ethan could feel his heartbeat in his chest, pounding, as though it were trying to escape his body. His mind swam with doubt. Fear had already sunk its teeth into him, but something else was present, too. A powerful, undeniable curiosity. Was it fear that held him back? Or was it something else? Some instinct to survive? His hand hovered over the symbols again. His flashlight beam fell on a piece of bone, an ancient ceremonial dagger, relics of forgotten rituals. He felt the pull, and yet he couldn't silence the whisper in his mind. You must choose. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. His heart was in his throat. If he could only decide. He took a deep breath. His hand moved. He placed it against the glowing symbols, and the room seemed to shake. The ground beneath him trembled. His heart leapt into his throat as the glowing symbols flared brilliantly, light cascading outward, illuminating the entire chamber. His vision swam as an intense heat rushed through his body. His muscles tensed. He could feel himself being pulled into the presence. The symbols moved beneath his hand, and the whisper turned into a roar. Yes, the symbols flared again, and Ethan felt as though his mind was being consumed by light. His vision went white, his body shook, and then the light dimmed. The chamber was still. The groaning sound had stopped. The symbols pulsed faintly beneath his hand. His body felt weak. He opened his eyes. He was in the same chamber, but the air had shifted, felt different now. The symbols felt alive beneath his touch, their glow faint but steady. His head swam as he tried to process what had just happened. His breaths came in shallow bursts. He had made a choice. He wasn't sure what that choice meant, but it had been made. The whisper came again, softer now. Welcome, and Ethan understood. There was no going back. Ethan's body felt weak. His breath came in slow, shallow bursts. His hand trembled as it hovered over the symbols, the glow faintly pulsing beneath his touch. His mind swam as though it were trying to piece itself together, to make sense of what had just happened. His chest ached, his muscles felt heavy, and yet he couldn't pull his hand away from the glowing symbols. The presence lingered. Welcome. The whisper was soft now, distant, yet still powerful. Ethan's mind felt fractured, his thoughts struggling to find clarity. His heart was pounding in his chest, each beat an uncertain reminder that he had made a choice that had led him here. He stared down at the glowing symbols. The faint light shimmered beneath his hand. It was alive, but what did it mean? What had he agreed to? His thoughts swam in a sea of questions as he tried to process the sensation, the presence, the pull. His body felt cold, distant, as though he had just given part of himself to this ancient force, this house, this presence. The symbols began to shift beneath his hand. He yelped, pulling his hand away, stumbling backward into the shadows. His heart pounded as the symbols danced and pulsed, their glow illuminating the stone chamber in waves of pale light. He felt disoriented, vulnerable. The air felt colder. The groaning returned, low, deep, rumbling through the walls and stone, shaking the very foundation of the earth. Ethan felt his knees give out, his legs collapsing beneath him as he sank to the ground. Something was coming. He could feel it. The presence had grown stronger. His flashlight had fallen from his hand, its beam flickering on the floor. The shadows danced, stretching and swirling as though the very walls of the chamber were alive, breathing. Ethan struggled to his feet, gasping, trying to focus. His hands found the flashlight again, and he shone it toward the center of the symbols. The pulsing glow illuminated a faint outline, a shape, something shifting in the dark. It was there, the presence. The air was colder now, colder than it should have been. Ethan felt the presence wrap itself around him, an intangible force, suffocating and alive. His chest felt tight. His breaths came in quick, shallow gasps. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. Fear gripped him, the house's reaction. The air pressed in on him, and the groaning grew louder, shaking the stone walls. Ethan's thoughts were a jumbled mess. His body felt heavy, his strength sapped. His hands trembled as he forced his flashlight's beam toward the shape in the center of the symbols. The glow grew brighter. The stone began to shift. His heart felt like it was about to burst. And then the shape began to emerge. From the center of the symbols, an ethereal figure was forming. A silhouette of light and shadow, its form indistinct but palpable. Its presence was oppressive, ancient, and it exuded power. Ethan could feel it in his chest, in his bones, in his soul. His breathing came faster as the figure solidified further. He could see it now, a figure in shadow, glowing faintly with energy. Its form was humanoid but twisted, as though it were an ancient spirit brought to life through arcane means. Its voice came again, low, ethereal, clawing at his mind. "You have chosen." Ethan's body shook. He was paralyzed, his thoughts racing. His hand trembled as he shone the flashlight on the figure. Its shape remained vague, its features obscured, but its presence felt real. "Now you must learn." The voice filled the air like a whisper, but Ethan could feel it in his bones. His mind was swimming. His hand clutched his chest as though to calm the panic, but it wasn't working. Learn? Learn what? He didn't have the answer, but the words reverberated in his thoughts. The figure moved, or at least shifted. His presence was powerful, undeniable. The groaning sound increased in intensity, the walls shaking beneath the force of the ancient figure. Ethan could feel his strength slipping. His muscles were failing him. His mind was being dragged toward that presence. He could feel himself being compelled. He knew this was his choice, his decision, but now it felt irreversible. His hand trembled as though it were trying to find a way out of the pull. The figure raised a hand, ghostly wispy, and pointed toward the darkness of the stone wall. "Follow," Ethan gasped, his mind swimming. His hand shook as he tried to make sense of the words. His body felt weak, but his curiosity, his need to know, fought against the panic. "Follow," the figure gestured again. "Follow the path." The groaning sound was louder now. His thoughts felt like they were slipping as fear wrapped itself tightly around him. His hand hovered in the air as though debating whether to obey. The air was ice cold. His body felt fragile, vulnerable. Yet the whisper gnawed at him, pulling at his very core. He couldn't resist. He took a step toward the shadows. The light from his flashlight flickered. The figure was gone, and yet the air felt different, as though the presence had never truly left. Ethan stood still for a moment, his breathing uneven and his body trembling. The air was cold against his skin, the presence still lingering, faint but unmistakable. His flashlight flickered as he held it in his trembling hand, the glow dancing along the damp stone walls. His heart pounded like a war drum as he struggled to steady himself. The whisper had come again, insistent in its simplicity. "Follow." He looked back toward the glowing symbols. Their pale light pulsed like breathing fire, the energy resonating in his bones. His mind was a storm of uncertainty and fear, but the figure's voice lingered. His curiosity gnawed at him, a sharp, undeniable feeling. What lay down this path? What truths would he uncover? His chest ached with the weight of his choices. He had to trust the presence. With his breath caught in his throat, he took a step forward into the shadows. The groaning sound reverberated again, louder this time, as though the house were alive, awake, watching. His legs felt weak as he stumbled across uneven stone and debris. His flashlight's beams swept the chamber, illuminating ancient symbols and cracked stone walls. His hand gripped the flashlight tightly as he began to follow the faintest path through the shadows. The narrow tunnel began to take shape before him. The air was colder now as he stepped through the uneven stone passage. His breaths came quicker as he pushed through the dark. His hand gripped the stone wall for support, feeling every jagged edge, every uneven groove. His mind was racing. What had he agreed to? What would he find at the end of this path? The stone walls seemed closer now, as though the house itself was alive and pressing against him, guiding him toward a deeper truth. The path ahead was narrow, twisting, with every step feeling uncertain, unstable. The whispers returned, faint, in the back of his mind. You must uncover what lies beneath. The words felt ancient, like echoes from a forgotten language. His hand grazed the stone walls as he moved forward, his flashlight illuminating what seemed like ancient carvings, symbols, hidden among the dust and the shadows. His breath came sharp as he tried to make sense of them. Each symbol felt familiar but alien. They were ancient runes, the kind he had glimpsed before, back at the glowing symbols in the ancient chamber. His thoughts swam as he tried to process the connection. His flashlight beam danced ahead as he took another hesitant step. The path narrowed even further. He could feel the presence. It was stronger now, like an unseen hand brushing the edge of his thoughts, clawing at his memories. His voice came out shaky. What is this place? The whisper came again, ethereal and clear. The heart, the heart. His breath caught. His body felt weak, the air colder now, his bones trembling. He stumbled again, this time against the cold stone. His flashlight illuminated the path ahead, which led deeper into darkness. His thoughts swam with the idea. The heart? What did it mean? His mind was a storm of confusion and dread. The tunnel seemed endless. The air felt alive, swirling and pressing on him with each step. His legs felt weak, his thoughts fragmented, but he couldn't stop. His hand clutched his chest. What was this journey? The whisper returned. Keep going. His breath came quick, his legs trembling, but he forced himself forward. The path seemed to twist and wind into ancient stone passages, ancient tunnels carved by hands long forgotten. His body was aching as he pressed on through the darkness, the air colder still. His flashlight illuminated strange shapes in the shadows. Carvings, relics, broken artifacts buried in the walls of the earth. The tunnel shifted. He could hear his own breathing, gasping, filling his head with noise. His heartbeat felt erratic as he focused on the path ahead. He felt the pull again, that pressure, that ancient presence pulling at him with every step. His hand trembled as he fought against panic, the feeling that he was heading into a truth he wasn't ready to face. His flashlight flickered, and then suddenly the path widened. Before him was another opening. The air was colder. The symbols glowed faintly in the distance, illuminating a large, ancient space, as though the house itself were alive and watching him. His breath caught in his throat as he hesitated at the threshold of this new space. His legs felt heavy, his muscles aching, but his curiosity drove him on. He could feel the presence. It was here. He took a step forward. The light from his flashlight illuminated ancient stone carvings, and a large stone altar at the center of the room. Symbols covered the walls, ancient writing, glyphs that pulsed faintly with energy. His body felt as though it were trembling under their weight. His breath came shallow as he took in the sight. This was it, the heart. He knew, somehow, that this was the place the whisper had led him. His legs were shaking as he moved toward the altar, his hand reaching out toward it. His breath was unsteady, and then, as his hand hovered just above the stone, the air around him shifted. The sound, the groaning, came louder. His flashlight flickered again. The presence was here, and Ethan felt himself drawn in, his fingers trembling as they reached toward the symbols. The house was alive. Would he dare to uncover what lay within this ancient altar? Would he learn the truth? His hand hovered, his breath quickened. The presence came closer, and then Ethan's hand trembled as it hovered over the ancient stone altar. His breath came in short, uneven bursts. The groaning sound seemed to grow louder as he stood there, his body trembling under the weight of the symbols that covered the walls. The air was ice cold, and his thoughts were chaotic, spinning, uncertain. He could feel the presence. It was closer now. He could sense it just beneath the surface, its pull, its weight, its unspoken power. His hand hovered a moment longer, his fingers trembling, before he could resist no longer. With his breath catching, he pressed his hand to the smooth stone. The moment his palm touched it, the sound of groaning erupted like an ancient symphony, loud and clear, shaking the very foundation of the earth beneath his feet. His body tensed violently, his muscles locking. He gasped, and the presence came alive. The symbols on the walls began to glow. A bright, radiant light pulsed in time with his breathing as the ancient symbols moved beneath his hand. The glow surged through him, warm and cold at the same time, like an electric pulse. His vision swam. His knees felt weak as the vibrations moved through his body. The whisper came again, this time louder, clearer. Open it. His breath was erratic. His heart felt like it would burst. He couldn't stop himself. His fingers clenched the stone as though it were the only thing anchoring him to this reality. His hand trembled, and he could feel the presence pressing into his mind. He had no choice but to obey. He pressed harder. The glow intensified. The stone beneath his hand began to shift, grinding, scraping as though it were alive. Ethan's vision blurred, his muscles aching. He stumbled backward as the rumbling increased, his breathing quickening as the sound rose to a crescendo. The earth shook beneath him as the stone began to pull away, revealing something beneath. A low hiss of air escaped as the stone finally moved, exposing a hollow, dark opening beneath the altar. The air was freezing now. Ethan could feel it brushing against his face, cool and damp, coming from the depths below. His body trembled as he looked down into the darkness of the opening. His flashlight beam barely illuminated the depth below, but he could feel that the presence was strong, alive, and waiting. He could almost hear whispers in the shadows. The whisper came again. Enter. Ethan hesitated. The pull was powerful now, and fear clawed at him, his instincts warning him to flee. His body trembled, every nerve ending on fire. His hand was still gripping the altar, his breath coming too quickly, his thoughts fogged with doubt. His mind was racing. What was down there? What would he find? What had he uncovered? But there was no choice. His curiosity, his fear, the pull of the ancient presence, it all forced his hand. His legs felt heavy as he stepped toward the dark opening. His heart felt as though it were attempting to escape his chest. He took a deep breath, forced his body to steady, and made his way toward the void. His flashlight illuminated jagged stones and a descending tunnel. The air grew colder as he stepped into the darkness. He descended. The stone was rough under his hands as he gripped the walls of the ancient stone tunnel. His body felt weak, each step a battle, but he couldn't stop now. His breath came faster as he descended further into the shadows. His feet scraped against stone, sending echoes through the dark passageway. The presence was stronger here, felt alive, ethereal, ancient. His chest ached with every step. The groaning sound continued, resonating through the tunnels and the stone itself. The air was damp, cold, filled with whispers he couldn't decipher. His mind felt fragile, his thoughts unraveling. And then the tunnel opened. He stepped into a massive underground chamber, the hollow chamber. Ethan gasped as his flashlight's beam illuminated the expansive, vast underground space. The chamber was enormous, its ceiling lost in shadows. The air was colder here, and the sound of dripping water echoed through the vast stone halls. The symbols from before, ancient, glowing, faintly alive, lined the walls in ancient formations. The stone was covered in moss, dirt, and ancient roots. At the center of this massive space stood a great, ancient structure. It was an altar larger than the one he had discovered above. The symbols glowed faintly, illuminating the massive stone structure. The groaning sound was louder here, more resonant, as though this space itself was alive, a beating heart buried beneath the earth. His flashlight's beam revealed ancient bones, artifacts, and ceremonial relics scattered across the floor. These relics were centuries old, stained with age and shadow, yet pulsing with faint, unnatural energy. The air felt alive here, shifting and moving, pressing against him. His legs felt weak as he stood at the threshold of this massive space, taking in the sheer scale of the ancient altar. His breaths came in quick bursts. His heart was pounding. His flashlight's glow trembled as he took slow, careful steps into the massive underground space. The symbols on the walls and the pulsing energy from the ancient relics felt alive, observing him, waiting for his next move. His voice came out weak. "What is this place?" And the presence answered, low and deep, in the shadows. "The heart of the house." His body trembled. "It is here you will find the truth." He took a cautious step forward, his flashlight illuminating the ancient relics and bones. His hands were shaking as he tried to steady himself. He could feel the presence watching, its ethereal pull vibrating through the ground and the air. Truth. What did that mean? What was this place? His mind was a storm of fear, questions, and ancient whispers. He knew one thing: the journey was far from over, and yet he felt that pull, that whisper, demanding that he uncover what lay beneath, that he step deeper into the unknown. Would he uncover the secrets of the house, or would he turn back? His hand trembled as he prepared for his next step. Ethan's breathing came fast, his legs trembling beneath him as he stood at the threshold of the vast underground chamber. The glow of ancient symbols illuminated the stone walls and the dark ceiling above. His flashlight swept across ancient relics and bones scattered about the floor, glinting faintly under its pale light. The air was cold and damp, carrying with it an unplaceable metallic scent that tugged at his senses. The groaning was louder now, vibrating through the walls and the earth itself. His hands trembled as they gripped the flashlight. His pulse thundered in his chest. His feet felt uncertain against the uneven stone. His heart was torn between fear and curiosity as the presence pulled him forward. He had no choice but to press on. With a deep, shaky breath, Ethan took his first step into the heart of the house. The air grew colder. The symbols on the walls pulsed, their light shifting with every step he took. His flashlight's beam danced along the ancient glyphs as he made his way toward the massive stone altar in the center of the chamber. His thoughts swam. What was this place? What truths did the presence want him to uncover? His feet scraped over dirt and debris as he approached the massive stone altar. Its structure was ancient, worn, and covered in age-old moss. The glowing symbols danced on its surface, etched into the stone itself. His hand hovered, and he hesitated for a moment before pressing his fingers against the cold stone. A sudden flash of light erupted from the altar. Ethan gasped, stumbling back as heat and energy surged through him. His body tensed, his breath came in short gasps. His flashlight fell from his hand as he clutched at his chest. His vision swam, and the presence grew stronger. The whisper came again. "Look." His eyes, half closed, darted toward the glowing symbols on the stone altar. The light pulsed and swirled, the ancient glyphs shifting as though alive. His hand shook as he reached down to retrieve his flashlight, its beam illuminating the stone altar once again. His voice came out weak as he spoke into the dark. "What do you mean? What am I looking at?" The whisper returned, low and patient. "The past." Before Ethan could respond, a sound erupted from beneath the stone. The earth groaned again, deeper this time, shaking the very walls of the underground chamber. His legs felt unsteady as the ground trembled beneath him. His hands gripped the altar as he tried to steady himself. The stone beneath the altar shifted. The ground groaned, grinding and scraping as though something ancient and alive was awakening. Ethan gasped, his body trembling. His thoughts swam in terror. He could feel the presence becoming stronger, a force alive and pulsing with ancient power. His flashlight illuminated the dark stone floor as the altar began to sink into the earth, revealing a hidden tunnel leading downward. The symbols glowed brighter. His breaths came quick. He could feel the pull of the presence, the whisper, demanding his attention. His heart thundered as the altar shifted again, its stone groaning under the pressure of ancient weight. His fingers clenched tighter on its cold surface. "Go!" The word came with an undeniable force. His knees shook. He glanced at the dark tunnel below, the shadows yawning before him. His legs felt weak, but his curiosity had taken root. His breaths were ragged as his hand reached for the stone edge. He could feel the presence stronger now, as though it were alive, pulling him down into the earth. He had no choice. With a trembling breath, Ethan stepped toward the yawning tunnel. The shadows consumed him. Into the darkness, the descent was slow. His feet felt uncertain as he stepped onto the ancient stone path leading deeper into the dark tunnel. The air grew colder with each step, the scent of earth and stone clinging to his senses. His breath came shallow as his hand gripped the stone wall for stability. The symbols on the walls glowed faintly, their light pulsing like a heartbeat. His mind was spinning. Fear gripped him. What was this place? What truths lay buried below? His body trembled, but his curiosity pulled him deeper into the shadows. His flashlight illuminated the tunnel ahead, revealing jagged stones, ancient markings, and broken symbols. The tunnel felt alive, as though it were breathing, shifting beneath his feet. He kept walking. The groaning grew louder with every step. His chest felt tight, his breath short. He could feel the presence watching him, pressing into his mind with every passing moment. His hand clutched the stone wall harder as he descended, each step pulling him toward a deeper unknown. He could see something ahead. The tunnel widened into another vast underground chamber. This one felt ancient, untouched by time. The symbols glowed brighter here, illuminating the ancient bones, artifacts, and relics scattered throughout. The air felt colder. The groaning felt alive. The presence was everywhere now. Ethan could feel his legs trembling as he stepped into this new space. His flashlight illuminated a massive stone structure at the center. A monument, an altar, or something ancient and sacred. The symbols here were vast and intricate, older than time itself. His heart was pounding. His breathing came in ragged bursts. "This is the heart." The whisper filled the air again. His hands shook as he approached. What lay at the center of this ancient truth? Would Ethan uncover the mysteries of the house? Or would he find himself lost in its endless shadows? His breath came quick as he stepped toward the heart of the house, into the glowing symbols. The air grew colder. The whisper became louder. "Open it." And so he did. Ethan took a deep, steadying breath as his hand hovered above the glowing symbols at the center of the ancient stone altar. His heart thundered in his chest, his palms damp and trembling. The air was colder here, icy, and each moment felt like time was stretching, warping, as though the presence was alive, watching, waiting. "Open it." The whisper came again, more insistent now, and with that pull, Ethan could feel his fear giving way to a strange kind of resolve. His hand shook as he pressed his palm to the stone surface of the glowing symbols. There was a low rumble beneath his feet. The earth groaned, loud and ancient. His body tensed as the ground shifted beneath him. He stumbled back as the stone beneath his hand began to vibrate. His breath came quick, his legs trembling, as he watched in awe and terror. The glow of the symbols intensified. The air felt electric now, alive, and Ethan's vision swam as a strange light poured out of the ancient stone. The pulsing glow expanded, illuminating the dark underground chamber with an otherworldly brilliance. His muscles locked as the rumbling grew louder, the presence pressing into his mind like a physical force. The symbols shifted. They began to move. Ethan gasped as the ancient stone structure split open before him, revealing a glowing, otherworldly light beneath. His legs felt unsteady as he took a step back. The whispering had become louder, clearer, as though 1,000 voices now surrounded him. His heart pounded in his chest as the presence overwhelmed him with sensation. The symbols had shifted. Before Ethan lay a yawning, glowing descent into the unknown. He could feel the presence pulling him toward the light. His mind fought back, his instincts battling against the overwhelming pressure, but there was no stopping it. His legs felt as though they were moving on their own. His breath came sharp as he forced himself to steady. The tunnel spiraled downward. His flashlight barely illuminated the rocky steps leading into the unknown. He could feel the ground shift with every step as the glow intensified. The symbols danced along the walls as though alive, and the air pressed harder against him, colder, more suffocating. His thoughts were fragmented. What was this place? What ancient force had led him here? Was this what the presence wanted him to uncover? He kept walking. The descent felt endless. The light grew brighter the deeper he went, until it felt like he was stepping into a world alien to his understanding, ancient, untouchable. The glow was soft, almost hypnotic, washing over him as though it were a living thing. His chest felt tight, his breathing uneven, and then the descent ended. Ethan found himself in another massive underground space. The light was brighter here. The air was colder. His flashlight beam swept across this vast underground hall, and his breath caught. The symbols were here again, etched into the stone walls, ancient, glowing faintly, alive with some kind of strange, timeless energy. The room was circular, its walls carved with glyphs and patterns so old they felt like whispers from forgotten time. The ground beneath his feet was uneven stone. His breath came shallow as he looked toward the center of the room. And there, standing in the glow, was a figure. The figure. Ethan froze. The figure was tall and thin, its form shrouded in shadow. Its presence felt cold, ancient, and otherworldly, as though it were both alive and not alive. Its eyes glowed faintly, twin pools of light that stared directly into Ethan's soul. His body tensed, his breath caught. His flashlight trembled in his hand. Who are you? Ethan managed to croak, his voice shaking. The figure moved, its form shifting, and then it spoke. Its voice was low, resonating, like the rumble of ancient stone. I am the keeper, the heart, the truth. Ethan stumbled back a step, his breathing coming faster. His legs felt as though they might give out at any moment. What truth? He forced himself to ask, his voice trembling. The figure took a step closer, and the glow intensified. The truth of time, the heart of this house, buried for centuries, hidden away. The presence that binds this place has waited for you. Ethan's chest felt tight. His body was shaking as the figure's words pressed into his mind. The house is alive, Ethan. It has always been alive, but not in the way you think. There is power here, ancient and eternal. You feel its pull, and now you will see its truth. He could feel his hands trembling. His flashlight fell to the ground, and he gripped his chest. His breathing was erratic. What does this mean? He asked. His voice came out weak. The figure's voice was cold. You will uncover what has been buried. The heart holds secrets, a choice, a truth. The question is, are you willing to look into the dark? His muscles tensed. His thoughts swam. Was he willing? Could he make this choice? Before he could respond, the figure raised its hand toward the center of the chamber. The glow intensified again. The ancient symbols shifted, and the ground beneath Ethan began to rumble once more. The whisper came again, louder, clearer. Look, the glow surged. The ancient energy from the symbols began to pull at Ethan's mind. His breath came quick as he fought against it, but he could feel himself being drawn in. The choice was before him. Would he uncover the ancient secrets? Would he look into the heart and see what lay buried beneath the shadows? His hand trembled as he reached toward the glow. He could feel the weight of time. He could feel the weight of the house. He could feel the presence watching. And then his hand pressed into the glow. The moment Ethan's hand pressed into the glowing symbols, an electric force shot through his body like lightning. His breath caught, his vision swam, and every nerve in his body screamed as though it were being pulled into the unknown. The presence was no longer a whisper. It was a roar, an overwhelming sensation of pressure and light. The glow enveloped him. He could feel himself being pulled downward, as though the ground beneath him had become liquid and was swallowing him whole. His muscles were locked, his body unresponsive. His mind was filled with colors, memories, visions, unbidden and ancient. His heartbeat thundered in his chest. Pain, fear, truth, and then silence. The vision. When his senses returned, he wasn't standing in the chamber anymore. He was somewhere else. The world was hazy, fractured, made up of faint, ethereal flashes. Shapes moved around him, figures, symbols, echoes. His surroundings were impossible to define, shifting between light and dark, time and memory. The air felt cold but familiar. The whispering returned, this time stronger, almost melodic. Look, he looked. Images flooded his mind. He saw ancient figures, men and women in ceremonial dress, their faces obscured by masks. He saw torches burning, shadows dancing across stone walls. He saw the symbols moving, glowing with ancient energy. He saw rituals, chants, prayers. He saw a history buried under centuries of dust and shadow. The figures moved in unison, performing their rituals at this very place, the heart of the house. Their voices rose in chants, their hands moving in patterns that mimicked the ancient symbols. And then he saw something else, a figure, cloaked in robes, standing at the center of a ritual. A leader, the keeper. His hands were outstretched toward the glowing symbols, and the symbols glowed brighter, pulsing with energy. The vision shifted. Ethan could feel his own breath quickening. The keeper spoke. His voice echoed in the vision. This is the heart, the ancient power, the place where the truth resides. The symbols pulsed again. The vision shifted, showing a group of figures standing together in fear. They were in awe. One of them spoke, though his voice came faint and unsure. What happens if the heart is opened? The vision shifted again. The symbols glowed. The light intensified. The leader's face was obscured by shadow as he spoke. Then the truth will be revealed, and we will understand all. The awakening. Ethan gasped as the vision left him. His body was trembling, his breath quick. He felt as though he could still hear the chants, the whispers, the energy of the symbols surrounding him. His body ached as if he were coming back into reality. The glow was still here. He could feel it pulling at him, deeper, more insistent, more powerful. His mind was reeling, his breath coming too fast. What did it mean? The keeper's words rang in his mind. The truth will be revealed. He looked around, his breath catching as his vision focused. He could feel himself returning to the physical plane, his body reorienting itself in the massive underground chamber. The glow was brighter now, and the symbols pulsed with unnatural rhythm. The presence was still here. It was stronger. The figures in his vision felt alive now, distant shadows in his mind, but real nonetheless. His body ached as he gripped the stone beneath him. His heart was hammering, the remnants of pain still rattling through him. What truth had he seen? What secrets lay buried beneath this house? He tried to focus, to think, but all that came to him were flashes, whispers, shadows. The presence was alive. It was watching him. He could feel his own fear, his own hesitation. His breath came in shallow bursts as he forced himself to step back toward the glowing heart of the chamber. His legs felt weak, but his resolve was stronger now. He had come this far. He had no choice. He would uncover the truth, the path forward. Ethan forced himself to his feet, his breath still shaky. His muscles were weak, his body trembling, but his resolve was clear. He had seen visions, He had felt the presence, the pull, the whispers. He had felt the ancient symbols guide him into this space. His heart pounded, but he knew he had to move forward. The symbols pulsed, glowing brighter. The sound of groaning grew louder, the air colder. The figure in his vision felt real, closer now. He could sense their presence. With cautious steps, Ethan moved toward the center of the glowing symbols. His hand hovered in the air, and the whispers returned. Look deeper. His breath came in shallow bursts. His hand trembled as he reached for the light once more. Would he uncover the truth that had been buried for centuries? Would he find the answers that had eluded him? He didn't know if he was ready, but his fingers found the cold stone again, and with that touch came the pull. The glow enveloped him once more. His thoughts disappeared as the light consumed him. Ethan felt himself pulled again, his entire being submerged in the glow. His body felt light, disconnected from the weight of the earth. His thoughts swam as though he were being taken somewhere far beyond his own reality. The light was consuming him, cold, brilliant, ancient. And then he saw. The world shifted. The vision's depth. Ethan's body felt suspended in the unknown. His vision shifted, revealing layers of memories. Familiar, but not his own. He could feel himself standing in a vast space, somewhere far from the physical plane. He could hear murmurs. Shapes moved around him. Ancient figures in ceremonial garb, their voices low and rhythmic, their hands weaving symbols in the air. The memories were not his, but they felt alive. The keeper. He saw a figure standing in the center of the massive stone altar, bathed in the pale glow of ancient symbols. The figure was cloaked, tall, commanding, with piercing, cold eyes. His hands moved in deliberate patterns, the ancient symbols lighting and pulsing with every motion. The keeper was summoning something, communicating with forces beyond comprehension. His voice was steady as he uttered words in an ancient tongue. He could feel the power, the ancient energy swirling in the air. A bridge between worlds. The keeper spoke. This is the heart. This is the point of power. It contains the secrets, the truths, the understanding of the ages. The question is not if it will open, but if we are ready. Ethan felt his own breath catch. The keeper's words echoed again as the keeper extended his hands toward the pulsing symbols. The ground shook beneath his feet as the air grew colder. Ethan could sense the weight of this moment, the moment of choice. A choice that would bind the fates of many. And then the memory shifted. Ethan saw flashes. Groups of figures, men and women, standing in fear, their eyes wide. They had come to the altar to witness the keeper's power. Their hands clutched torches. Their voices trembled. One spoke. His voice wavered. What if we cannot control it? The keeper hesitated for a moment, his hands still in motion, his voice steady. The heart offers truth, and truth offers understanding. Whether we can control it depends on the strength of our hearts. The figures murmured, uncertainty in their voices, but the keeper would not stop. He pressed his hand to the glowing symbols, and the earth groaned louder. The air shimmered. The symbols pulsed. Ethan could feel the power being released, the ancient force breaking through time itself. The vision turns personal. The images shifted again. Ethan could feel his own breath, his own presence now in this ethereal realm. His vision narrowed and he saw a different memory. He saw himself, standing alone, staring at the ancient glow. His body trembled as he felt the pull of the symbols. The whispers grew louder in his mind. The presence. He could see himself struggling, standing on the edge of his own choices, torn between fear and discovery. "Are you ready, Ethan?" The voice came again. He saw the keeper, or something resembling the keeper, staring at him through the symbols. His face was clear now, and the expression was cold, knowing, timeless. "You have already chosen. The heart has brought you here. Now you must understand." The memories came faster now. Ethan saw the keeper as a younger man, the years of sacrifice, the rituals, the whispers in ancient ceremonies. His voice came again, each word slow and deliberate, breaking into Ethan's mind. "The house has secrets buried in time. Every house has a heart. This one has been buried under centuries of shadow because the truth can be dangerous. And yet, it always calls to the curious, the brave. You are here because you seek what lies below." Ethan could feel his hands trembling. His mind swam. The keeper's words pressed into his thoughts. "Do you understand now? Truth is power, but power has consequences. The presence has always waited. It waits because it is eternal. This house was built to protect the heart. But now the heart has grown restless." And then silence. Ethan felt his thoughts drifting. But then a question. What happens if I open it fully? What truth will I find? The keeper's voice returned, low, ancient, cold. "The truth will show you the path. It will show you the past, the choices made by those who came before you. And you will choose. Accept the truth or be consumed by it." The symbols glowed brighter. The air pulsed again, louder. The keeper's words became clearer in his mind. "This is your choice. Will you choose the truth, Ethan?" His heart thundered. His body was shaking as he fought the overwhelming pull of the presence. He could feel his choices, his fears, his desires. Truth or fear? He could feel his hand trembling as he reached toward the symbols once more. Would he surrender to the power or retreat? He took a deep, steadying breath. The choice felt like time itself. With every ounce of courage, he pressed his hand deeper into the glow. The moment Ethan pressed his hand deeper into the glow, the world around him seemed to collapse. His breath was torn from his chest as though he were being pulled into another plane of existence. The light enveloped him completely, cold, pulsing, alive. His body felt weightless, disjointed. His thoughts became fragments, memories interwoven with sensations, emotions, and whispers. He could no longer feel the stone beneath his feet. Time felt like it had stopped. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then his mind began to focus again. The arrival. Ethan found himself in a different space, a realm that was both ethereal and real, distant yet grounded. His surroundings were vast, infinite, yet familiar. A grayish fog hung in the air, swirling around him. Shapes moved in the distance, fleeting shadows, symbols, memories. His senses felt hyper-aware, alive, yet disjointed, as though reality itself had splintered. The symbols from the glowing stones surrounded him, dancing and moving in ethereal patterns. They swam in and out of his perception, alive and resonant, and Ethan could feel their power in his bones, their pull in his thoughts. This was it. This was the heart. And yet it felt alive. The presence was stronger than ever. His chest ached as if he were standing at the precipice of discovery. His body was trembling, and he forced himself to focus, to calm his breathing. His hand hovered in the light. "Look," the whisper came again, sharp this time, resonant, and Ethan obeyed. He focused on the light and felt his thoughts become clearer. The light shifted. Visions formed, the keeper's truth. Before him appeared images, clear, vivid, and undeniable. Ethan felt his breath catch as they washed over him. He saw ancient rituals, long-forgotten ceremonies performed by figures draped in robes. They stood in solemn procession, their chants rhythmic and constant. The air shimmered with the light of ancient symbols. He could hear their voices, faint, low, but clear. He could hear their prayers. He saw ancient leaders standing at the center of this very heart, hands raised toward the pulsing glow. Their faces were shadowed, but their expressions were resolute, steady. Powerful ritual was underway. Symbols glowed with ancient energy as they pressed their hands to the stone. This was history, living in real time through his vision. And then the keeper. Ethan saw his own memories now, but they were not just his own. They felt ancient, connected, tied to the very essence of the heart itself. The keeper's face emerged from the fog, cold and timeless. His voice filled Ethan's mind again. I have guarded this heart for centuries. The truth it holds is both a curse and a gift. Can free the mind or consume it. We all have choices. I chose to guard it. The symbols moved again, shimmering, glowing. Ethan felt himself being pulled deeper into the memories. The truth revealed. He saw flashes of the original builders of the house, the ancient priests and their rituals. They were powerful figures, aware of the presence they had unleashed and the secrets they had buried. Their rituals were meant to bind the presence, to maintain its balance, to ensure that its power remained locked away. But power has a way of twisting intentions. The heart had grown restless over centuries. Its whispering presence was no longer passive. It was hungry. It wanted freedom, understanding, connection. He saw figures from time long past, figures struggling with the weight of choice. To shut the heart, to use its secrets, or to leave it buried. The heart offered wisdom and knowledge. It offered understanding of time, of reality itself. But at what cost? The presence had watched. It had waited. It whispered in the minds of those who sought its answers. The keeper had known this. The keeper had chosen to stay. He had chosen to guard the heart, to maintain the veil between its secrets and the mortal world. But now Ethan stood at the same threshold. The heart offered him the truth, as it had with others. The whispers had always called to those brave enough to listen, and Ethan understood. The keeper's choice had been both a burden and a blessing. The heart was both a prison and a gateway. Through its symbols, through the connection with its energy, it could show a path or doom. Choose. The words came again, more distinct now. Would he seize the knowledge? Would he see the truth? The glow pulsed beneath his hand. The choice, the presence pressed into his mind. His thoughts were fragile. His body felt broken, but his resolve was intact. His breath came shallow. His fear was at its peak, but so too was his curiosity. His hand trembled. The keeper's voice, ancient, echoed. Truth is not just knowledge, Ethan. It is understanding. Do you wish to know the nature of this house, of its secrets, of the endless years it has guarded the veil? Or will you retreat? The glow intensified beneath his palm. He could feel the ancient symbols, their weight, their energy, coursing through his bones. His mind swam. Would he choose to retreat, to leave the secret buried, to return to his life, free of its weight? Or would he press forward and uncover the truth? He breathed deeply, and his body shook. The choice came down to this: knowledge or ignorance, fear or truth. And in that moment, Ethan made his choice. He pressed his hand further into the glow. The vision's revelation. The moment he pressed further into the symbols, the glow consumed him. His vision became clear, and he felt his consciousness expanding. Memories, histories, ancient truths flowed into his mind like waves. He saw the origin of the heart, the first rituals performed to contain it, the countless sacrifices made to bury its power. He saw the keeper's ancestors, their burden, their sacrifices, and their wisdom. Ethan felt the weight of time, the endless nature of choice, the cycles of human curiosity, greed, and understanding. And then the whispers became clearer. The truth. The house was a prison. The heart was alive but bound. Its secrets, ancient and unknowable, were connected to time itself, offering knowledge that could break the veil or destroy everything. Ethan felt his mind ache as the secrets unfolded before him. The truth was chilling. The keeper had been right. Every choice came at a cost. The secrets, the understanding would consume him. But now he understood. He had glimpsed the truth. Would he return? Would he attempt to live with this knowledge? Or would he succumb to it? The vision left him with no clear answer. But the glow was fading now. His body felt heavy as his senses began to return. The choice had been made. And yet, Ethan felt the pull as he tried to return to his reality. What would come next? He would soon discover. Ethan's senses began to return. The glow was fading, the ancient energy dissipating. His body felt heavy, like stone, and his breath came in short, shallow bursts. His vision swam, the ethereal fog lingering at the edges of his mind. The echoes of symbols, chants, and whispers lingered, like distant memories or fragments of a dream. He could still feel the pull, the weight of the truth he had glimpsed. His hand still rested on the stone, its glow slowly dying beneath his palm. He pulled his hand back. The world felt foreign, uncertain. He could feel his heart in his chest, beating hard, a cold, persistent rhythm. His mind felt fractured, as though pieces of his own thoughts had been stolen and replaced with ancient wisdom. His body ached. His thoughts felt clearer and yet fogged, as though he could no longer escape the knowledge the heart had offered. What had he done? What would the truth cost him? He closed his eyes for a moment and tried to gather his thoughts. The whispering returned. You know now. It wasn't a question. He did. The memories, the visions, the truth, they felt alive, embedded in his bones. His body still trembled. He tried to piece together what they meant, but the answers only brought more questions. He had chosen to see. Now what would come next? He stumbled back, his legs unsteady, his breath still ragged. His vision cleared and he looked up. The stone chamber was quiet now. The glow was gone. The air was colder, lifeless, almost too still. The symbols had grown dim, retreating into themselves. Ethan could feel the presence, faint and quiet, retreating too. His heart was still heavy. He felt as though he had broken something, a barrier, a veil, or himself. The struggle within, the return to the physical world felt foreign. His fingers still trembled as he braced himself against the cold stone wall. His body felt drained, fragile. His mind felt sharp, but his thoughts were broken, memories fragmented. What did it mean to know the truth? How could anyone live with such revelations? The keeper's voice resonated in his mind. Truth is not freedom, Ethan. It is understanding. Understanding can weigh heavy on the soul. He could feel the weight of those words. His life felt hollow now, as though his previous understanding of the world had been stripped away, layer by layer, leaving him vulnerable. His decisions no longer felt simple. His actions felt meaningless, as though time had swept him into a river that could no longer be controlled. He exhaled, forcing himself to take one step at a time. His muscles ached. His breath was still short. Would he return to his life? The question gnawed at him. But did he even have a choice? He could feel the secrets tugging at the edges of his mind. Every step away from the glowing stone felt as though he were shedding pieces of himself, losing parts of his mind to this ancient presence. The vision, the symbols, the keeper, the whispers, everything felt so alive now. He remembered the keeper's words. The heart offers truth, but the heart demands sacrifice. Was he ready to make that sacrifice? Or would he return and try to live a life without the burden of knowing? Ethan stared into the shadows, trying to silence his thoughts. The first step, after what felt like an eternity, he forced himself to take another step. His legs trembled. His body felt as though it might give way, but he forced himself to move. One step at a time. He moved toward the exit, his mind struggling to cope with the weight of what he had seen. His thoughts danced between memories of ancient rituals, visions of the keeper, and the endless, pulsing glow. His heartbeat felt like an anchor, steady and persistent. The tunnel ahead seemed darker, colder, but it felt safe now, a return to the physical world. His body ached, but he pressed forward, driven by instinct, by fear, by the need to find clarity. Was this the end of his journey, or was it only the beginning? The shadows danced as he stumbled forward, one step at a time. The echoes of whispers lingered. You know now, Ethan, there is no unknowing. He took another breath, his mind steadying just enough to focus. The ancient heart had shown him the truth, but truths could haunt a man. Could he survive this? Escape and reflection. The journey through the stone tunnel was slow, each step feeling heavier than the last. His body felt like it might give way at any moment. He could hear the sound of water dripping in the distance, the faint groaning of rock shifting under centuries of pressure. Finally, he broke through. The cold, dry air hit his face, sharp and clear. He stumbled into the dim light of the outside world, the dark forest stretching out before him. The wind was soft, carrying the smell of wet leaves and earth. He was back, but the truth lingered. It was in his bones now, an unshakable part of him. Ethan stood in the cool breeze, his breath shaking as he stared at the dark horizon. His chest felt hollow. His mind replayed the keeper's words, the symbols, the visions. He had chosen knowledge. Now, the question was whether knowledge would free him or destroy him. His journey was over, but the story, he realized, had only just begun. The whispers continued in his mind as the wind swept through the trees. There is no escaping the truth. And as he looked out at the horizon, the heart's pull lingered. The journey had left him changed. Forever. Ethan stood at the edge of the forest, his breath ragged and his hands shaking. The wind swept through the trees, rustling the leaves with their haunting whispers. He could feel the pull of the heart still, an ethereal tug at the edges of his mind. His thoughts were fragmented, slipping through his fingers like mist. He had made his choice. He had looked into the truth. But now the truth felt like a curse, like a poison seeping into every thought, every moment. His body felt light, his limbs distant. His reality felt unstable, as if the ground beneath him could dissolve at any moment, pulling him back into that glowing ether. He tried to find peace, but his thoughts refused to stop. The keeper's words lingered. Truth is understanding, but understanding is heavy. Will you bear it? The question repeated itself over and over, like the beating of an ancient drum. His mind became a prison, the shadow of doubt. Ethan's days began to feel meaningless after his return. His nights were worse. His dreams were not dreams, but fragmented visions of the keeper's symbols, the pulsing glow, and the endless whispers. He would wake in the middle of the night, cold sweat on his brow, the shadow of the presence still lingering at the edges of his mind. He would try to escape it. He would try to live as though he could forget, but the pull was relentless. He would look at the stars and feel the glow again. He would sit by a fire and hear whispers that felt far too real. His body would shake, his muscles tense, and his mind would return to that ancient altar, to the keeper's face, to the moment his hand pressed deeper into the symbols. He could not escape. Doubt gnawed at him. What if he had made the wrong choice? What if the heart, the keeper, the ancient whispers had been testing him, trying to see if he would have the strength to resist? What if the truth he glimpsed was a curse, a sickness, meant to consume him entirely? The psychological toll was unbearable. His mind had fractured, pulled in different directions by knowledge and fear. What was reality now? He would stare at himself in the mirror and wonder if he was still whole. His own face felt foreign, as though the person who had returned from the ancient heart was a stranger, unrecognizable. He thought of the house, of the heart, of the presence, and the questions kept coming. The fragmented mind. He tried to find distractions. He read books, but they felt hollow, their pages blanked. His friends, when he tried to reach out to them, felt distant. His own thoughts felt suffocating. The visions wouldn't stop, and his mind, every time he closed his eyes, would return to that glow. His body ached. It was as if part of him had been torn. The psychological descent came with its own set of patterns. His fears became loops, spiraling endlessly. Memories of symbols, ancient chants, and glowing stone patterns danced at the corners of his mind. His hands would tremble at odd moments, especially when he touched reflective surfaces or felt the cold, damp earth beneath his palm. The whispers were there, louder now, insistent. You chose this path, and now you must live with it. There was no escape. His thoughts felt like drowning, like being submerged in deep water, unable to reach the surface. He would try to clear his head, but every attempt felt futile. His mind was a swirling mess, broken by truth and doubt. The keeper's words replayed. Truth will always haunt those who glimpse it too deeply, and Ethan felt the weight, the rituals of the mind. When days grew darker, Ethan would try to calm himself through rituals. Small things, patterns, ways of restoring control. He would light candles, drink tea, read through pages of philosophy or history. He found himself losing time, hours spent staring into the flame of a candle, allowing himself to slip into a trance-like state. Felt like comfort. His mind was always searching for patterns, searching for answers, but each attempt brought him back to the same conclusion. The symbols, the presence, the truth, the heart, everything had a grip on him. He felt as though his mind was being twisted, reshaped by the presence, and his own thoughts had become unreliable. Was his mind playing tricks on him, or was he truly being followed, consumed by ancient truths? He couldn't tell anymore. His fears swam in cycles, and as he pressed his hand into his chest, he could still feel the cold presence. He could still feel the whisper of ancient symbols and chants in the depths of his consciousness. The presence was growing stronger. His mind felt weaker. He could no longer separate himself from the truth. He tried prayer. He tried meditation. He tried writing in his journal, filling its pages with his thoughts, his struggles, his fears, but it only ever ended in frustration. His words felt hollow. His thoughts felt broken. The descent was inevitable. The breaking point. One evening, as the wind howled through his window and the shadows danced across the walls, Ethan found himself standing at the center of his living room, his breath shaky. He felt a sharp pull, something that felt almost physical, a sensation that tugged at his core. The glow. His body tensed as his hands moved toward his chest, the pull growing stronger. His mind swam. He could feel himself falling into the pull, unable to resist, unable to silence the whispers. "It is too late." The words filled his mind, and then he saw it. A shadow in the corner of the room, a faint glow that reflected itself in the mirror above his desk. He could feel his knees give way as the presence pressed into him, into his mind, and he saw fragments. The keeper, the symbols, ancient stone patterns, chants, truths. The truth had him, and as he gasped, trembling, unable to resist, he realized he could no longer escape. The heart had followed him. He had brought it into himself. And now the descent was complete. The shadows swam before him. Ethan gasped, his hands gripping at his chest as though trying to pull the presence from his body. His breaths came fast, shallow, his body trembling as though it were under a relentless weight. His vision danced between reality and the faint glow, a shimmer that lingered at the edges of his consciousness. The pull was real. It wasn't just in his mind. It pressed harder now, as though the ancient heart could sense his resistance. He could feel it tugging, pulling him back toward that glow, that ancient whisper, that truth. His bones felt weak, his muscles frail, and the voice in his mind grew louder. "You cannot sever what has been connected." The words vibrated through him. His knees gave way and he fell to the floor. His breath was ragged. He could feel the symbols, the chants, embedded in his thoughts like living things. His mind was no longer his own. The weight of his choice pressed into every thought, every flicker of light. He tried to stand, but his body refused. I can't. His voice was shaky, his words fragments of desperation. The presence was everywhere now, in the air, in his skin, in his bones. Ethan could feel it, the cold tendrils of ancient energy, the whispers coming through his very essence. He thought back to the altar, to the keeper's presence, to the feeling of the stone beneath his hand. Was this his punishment? Had he chosen too deeply? Had he overstepped some unseen boundary? His thoughts swam, broken by fear and exhaustion. The heart had come with him. It had stayed. He could feel its pull now, stronger and more insistent. The ritual of resistance. Desperation clawed at him as he tried to find a way out, a way to fight back. His hands fumbled across the table, knocking over a candle as he searched for anything that could help. His breaths came in short bursts, his thoughts fragmented. His mind clung to the only thing that seemed possible, a ritual. It came to him as though in instinct, as though it had always been there, buried in the recesses of his knowledge. He had read about rituals, ancient methods to cleanse, sever, and resist. His heart ached with this thought. He would have to try. With trembling hands, he began pulling things together. Sage, salt, ancient symbols drawn from memory, a makeshift ritual space at the center of his living room. His breath was shaky as he traced out the symbols in the air and on the ground, muttering fragments of chants he barely remembered. He would resist. He would force the presence to leave. He lit the sage and held it close to his chest as the smoke swam around him, filling the air with its sharp, cleansing scent. His hands trembled as he pressed them to his temples, muttering under his breath. His voice sounded alien to him now, broken, desperate. Leave me, please." The presence fought back. The air grew colder. The shadows in the corners of the room danced and twisted. Ethan could feel the resistance, the pull. The whispers became louder. "You cannot banish what is part of you now." His hands shook harder. Was it even possible? He could feel his heart in his chest, beating in rhythm with the pull, with the chants, with the glow that lingered behind his eyelids. His body was trembling, his knees weak. His mind felt as though it was being pulled, stretched apart. He gritted his teeth, forced himself to stand. He would not let it win. He pressed deeper into the chants, stronger, louder, his voice breaking as he forced the words out. His hands clenched tighter as the symbols glowed faintly under his touch. His body was alive with fear, pain, and exhaustion. The presence resisted harder. He could feel his body trembling as if the very air itself was alive, fighting him, pulling him, clawing at him. "You are mine now, Ethan." Was this true? Could he truly be a prisoner of the truth? No, he would not give in. He clenched his hands tighter, feeling the energy within him, forcing it, pulling it, trying to sever its connection. His voice grew louder, sharper, a final cry of defiance. And for a moment it felt like it was working. The pull weakened. The whispers retched, fell into distant fragments. He could feel his body trembling, his breath coming fast, his body shaking from the effort. He could feel it trying to fight back, but this time he would resist, breaking the chain. His voice was raw, his hands aching. His body felt like it could give way at any moment, but Ethan pressed on. His chants grew louder, his body stronger. His breaths came sharp, steady, as if by sheer willpower he could force himself to survive this battle. The shadows seemed to hesitate. The whispers grew softer. And then, finally, the presence shifted, tugged at him one last time, but this time Ethan felt stronger. His chants, his will, his heart, everything pressed against it, forcing it backward. The shadows receded. The whispers grew faint. His body collapsed to the ground as he finished his final words, gasping for air. The pull was fading. He was trembling, his mind aching, but he was alive. He could feel the presence retreating, like a wave that had lost its strength. He closed his eyes and exhaled. Silence. The air grew still again. His breathing was uneven, his body aching, his mind foggy, but the presence was gone. The shadows no longer danced. The air no longer felt cold. His fingers trembled, but he could feel the faintest sliver of hope. He had fought back. The battle wasn't over, but for now the presence was gone. He could rest, but he would never forget. The whispers had shown him that the truth could linger, that knowledge could burrow into the soul, and that freedom could be fleeting. But Ethan, for now, was alive, and perhaps that would be enough. He closed his eyes and took a long, steady breath. For the first time in days, he allowed himself to relax. The war wasn't over, but for now he was free. The days felt unreal after his victory. It was strange how time could feel both slow and fast. Ethan would wake every morning, his body aching, his mind foggy with exhaustion. The pole had receded, but its echoes lingered in his bones. His hands would tremble at odd moments. His dreams were full of shadowy whispers, ancient symbols, and glowing light, always glowing light. But each day he forced himself to wake, to eat, to move, to live. He knew that this battle wasn't over, but for now there was rest. He began to learn the delicate balance of allowing himself peace without succumbing to complacency. His small rituals became his anchor. Lighting a candle in the morning, drinking his coffee while watching the sunlight through his window, drawing patterns with his hands in the air as if they could ward off unseen dangers. Each moment felt fragile, but it was his. He began to cling to these small things as though they would be his salvation. The first few days were hard. He couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, about the keeper, about the heart, about the glowing presence. His mind would wander, slipping back to that moment when his hand pressed into stone, when the symbols had come alive. His thoughts would twist, his body would tremble. He would feel his throat close as though it could all come back. But this time he resisted. He knew that survival required effort, rediscovery of ritual. Ethan focused on rebuilding his life, small steps, one moment at a time. His first task was to strengthen his mind and body. He turned to ancient texts, rituals, and books about cleansing, banishment, and strength. His research felt meditative, a way to anchor himself in something tangible, something rational after all the madness. The rituals were his foundation. He would gather sage and burn it each morning, filling his home with its smoke, cleansing his space, his thoughts. He would trace symbols in his hand, in the air, in patterns across his desk, meditating on the idea of strength and separation. The chants became mantras, and the rituals began to hold meaning again. They felt powerful, not because they forced the heart to leave, but because they gave Ethan structure and will. He would take long walks through the trees, allowing himself to connect with nature. The wind in his hair and the sound of birds overhead felt like gifts. He could almost convince himself that the pull would never return, that the heart was a thing of the past, buried beneath layers of sweat, tears, and willpower. But shadows were always in the distance. The woods were beautiful, but they held secrets. The further he walked, the quieter they became. The air would shift, the trees would groan, and the whispers would try to return. He would shake his head, as if trying to force them away, always fighting, always resisting. It was exhausting, but it was necessary, confronting his fear. One afternoon, as the sunlight filtered through the leaves and dappled the forest floor with shifting light, Ethan paused. He felt his pulse quicken as his mind tugged him toward the spot, the clearing near the ancient stone altar. His body tensed at the thought. Why was he drawn to it? He fought the urge at first, but his curiosity got the better of him. His feet carried him toward the place, almost on their own. His breaths came faster, the scent of damp earth filling his lungs. The air was colder here, and he could feel his heartbeat in his chest. The clearing, the symbols on the altar glowed faintly, even in the absence of light. Ethan froze. The memories came flooding back. The chants, the stone, the heartbeat, the presence. His heart ached. He could feel the pull again, faint but real. But this time he stopped himself. He took a deep breath, forcing his fear down, trying to center himself. His hands were shaking, but he steadied them. He thought back to the rituals, to his research, to his survival. His voice came low but steady. "I am stronger than this." The words felt foreign, but they held weight. He could almost feel them taking root in his soul. The pull didn't go away, but this time he could resist it. He turned away from the altar and walked back toward his home. A quiet thought. That evening, as he sat in the dim glow of his living room with a book in hand, he thought about survival. What did it mean to truly survive? Was it about strength, about willpower, or was it about acceptance? The heart was still a part of him, though distant. He could feel it sometimes, a faint tug, a whisper, but he had chosen to live. That was the important part. His path wasn't over yet. He would need to build strength to prepare himself for whatever shadows lingered ahead. He would learn to live with what he had learned. It would always haunt him, but he would learn to make peace with it. Perhaps survival wasn't just about running or fighting. Perhaps it was about understanding. He closed his book and looked into the fire burning in his hearth. The crackling wood and warm glow felt like a gift. He thought about tomorrow. He thought about rituals. He thought about hope. And for the first time in weeks, he allowed himself a moment of calm. Perhaps survival would become something different. Something fragile, steady, and human. The echo. As the days turned into weeks, the pull remained faint but constant. Ethan would wake in the middle of the night sometimes, drenched in sweat, with shadows dancing on his walls. His thoughts would pull him back to the altar, the keeper, and the glowing presence. He would force himself to light the sage, muttering his chants, feeling his body tremble as if the presence could sense him, even from this distance. And yet the quiet moments remained. He learned how to listen to his own fears without succumbing to them. The keeper would always linger in his mind, but he would learn to live with it. His small rituals, his daily patterns, his prayers, they became his shield. The echoes would remain, but they no longer defined him. He would live. He would keep fighting. And perhaps, just perhaps, he could find peace. The shadows in the corners of his mind would always be there, but they would no longer control him. The war wasn't over, but he would survive it. The nights came earlier now. The air had grown colder, and the wind carried the scent of damp leaves and distant fog. Ethan would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of the trees tapping against the window. His nights were restless, filled with memories and dreams that came and went like waves. His mind would linger on the altar, on the keeper's whispers, and the pulsing glow he had felt in his bones. Something lingered, something in the shadows. He could feel it. It had been faint at first, only a whisper at the back of his thoughts, easy to ignore during the light of day. But now it felt stronger. It was as if the presence had been waiting, biding its time, gathering strength. Ethan could almost hear it when the wind whistled through the cracks in his windows. It was faint, barely a whisper, but it tugged at the edges of his mind. What if it wasn't truly gone? The question haunted him. He sat up in bed one night, unable to shake the sensation. His heart was pounding, his breath shallow. His hands trembled as he clutched the blanket, uncertain whether to resist or give in to this feeling. His body ached as though some unseen force were pressing against him. He needed answers. He needed to return to the source. The journey back. The forest felt different when he entered it again. Ethan hadn't intended to go back to the clearing, but his instincts led him there. His breaths came in short bursts as he trudged through the uneven earth, fog curling around his boots. The air felt colder here, colder than it should have been. The shadows between the trees felt deeper. He hesitated at the edge of the clearing. The ancient altar was there, the symbols faintly glinting under the silver light of the moon. It seemed to breathe, alive in the way old things can feel alive when they are buried in memory. His heartbeat thundered in his chest. The air around him felt charged, electric, alive in a way he couldn't explain. The whispers came again. This time they were clearer. "You return." He gritted his teeth and stepped into the clearing, the leaves crunching underfoot. His hands clenched into fists as he forced himself to stay calm. "I'm not afraid of you," he whispered, trying to steady his voice, but his voice felt weak against the wind. The shadows danced at the base of the altar. They felt alive, writhing, moving. His breath came faster. His body trembled, but he forced himself to stand, staring at the glowing symbols, at the ancient stones, at the echoes of the heart. His hands felt warm, alive, tingling with the memory of the pull. What was he supposed to learn? What was this thing, this presence, this force that had bound itself to his soul? He took another breath. "I need to know," he said, and with that, his voice rose, stronger this time. His words felt like a challenge, like a demand. "Show me." The air shifted. The ground beneath his feet groaned. And then the symbols began to glow. They pulsed like a heartbeat, slow and deliberate. Ethan's body felt heavy, his vision swimming. His knees felt as though they might give way. He took a step back, but the whispers grew louder. "You cannot unsee this, Ethan." The air was colder now, so cold it felt as though his bones would shatter. The glow intensified, and he could feel himself being drawn closer. "You must look," it said. He felt his hands shaking as he stepped toward the altar, unable to resist. His breaths came shallow as the symbols glowed brighter. His entire body felt as though it were alive with energy. And then the visions came. They tore through his mind like flashes of light, ancient symbols, glimpses of the keeper, images of the heart pulsing, living, alive. Ethan could feel his consciousness being pulled into the visions, into the shadows, into the ancient memories. He saw glimpses of forgotten rituals, ancient sacrifices, and the keeper's smile, a smile cold and cruel. He saw the heart, its glow, its power, and then the whispers came again. "You are mine now." His knees gave way and he fell to the ground. He gasped for air, his chest heaving. His mind felt broken, his body trembling, his bones aching. The shadows were all around him. They were alive, and yet he refused to give in. He pressed his hands into the earth, his breathing sharp. His voice came again, though it was weaker this time. "No, not this time." He closed his eyes, struggling to resist the pull, struggling to sever his mind from the shadows. The air was cold, but his heart felt steady. He would fight. He had to. He could feel his strength returning, the faintest glimmer of hope. The pull weakened again, and with it came a moment of clarity. His breaths came steady, his muscles tensed, and he forced himself to his feet. He stared at the altar once more. The symbols dimmed. The air grew still. The whispers receded. He could feel his hands trembling, but he forced himself to look at the shadows, at the place where ancient rituals had come alive. He thought of the keeper, of the heart, of the pull, and yet he refused to let it control him. He took a deep breath, and he walked away. The aftermath. Ethan returned home with his heart pounding in his chest. His body felt battered. His mind felt broken but alive. The whispers were still there, distant, like echoes. He could still feel the tug, But he knew that he had looked into the heart, into the shadows, and survived. The keeper's power wasn't as strong as it had felt. Ethan had proven that. He would continue his fight. The shadows wouldn't own him. Not now. He would learn. He would study. He would grow stronger. The war was far from over, but Ethan had found something. Strength in the knowledge that even the deepest shadows could be confronted, that even the oldest whispers could be silenced. For now, he would rest, but only for a little while. The shadows could wait. He would return to them, and this time he would be ready. The days that followed were strange. The echoes of the altar, the pulsing symbols, and the keeper's whispers lingered, even if they had grown faint. Ethan found himself waking up in the middle of the night, staring at the ceiling, his heart pounding, his body alive with memories. His hands would tremble as he reached for his desk, pulling out his books and journals, reviewing his notes about the rituals, symbols, and shadows. He knew he couldn't allow himself to rest for long. The pull was still there, faint, insidious, and he understood that the battle with the keeper and the heart wasn't a single event. It was a war of will, and if he wanted to survive, or better yet, find a way to destroy this power once and for all, he would need to prepare himself. Preparation wasn't just strength. It was knowledge. It was rituals, study, meditation, and discipline. Ethan would learn everything he could about the keeper, the heart, and the ancient rituals that could strengthen or banish the shadows. He had already spent countless hours in ancient texts, sifting through symbols and chants, but now the research felt more urgent. He needed to arm himself. The ancient texts. Ethan spent his days poring through dusty tomes and ancient manuscripts. Most of the texts were in dead languages, Latin, Old Norse, and other archaic tongues. The further back he dug, the closer he came to the source. The rituals, the ancient symbols, the ancient people who had once fought these forces before. He learned about their methods. The keeper had been a guardian in some ancient system of belief, a force tied to old rituals, rituals that could summon or banish darkness. Their texts were riddled with stories, symbols, and spells meant to ward off the very presence he now faced. Ethan focused on one word in particular: banishment. The word felt powerful in his hands. Banishment. He found passages that spoke of cleansing rituals and protective wards. Complex systems of symbols, chants, and symbols woven into sacred geometry. Many of these rituals seemed ineffective when interpreted without careful context, but others felt promising. Ethan knew that he had to learn to weave them into his life. He took notes on every symbol, every chant, every ritual. He practiced each one at dawn, tracing them into the air with his hands, his voice low and steady. His days felt lonely, isolated, but that isolation gave him time to think, to plan, to prepare. The symbols would become his armor. And then came the next part, movement, the first ritual. The morning air was cold when Ethan stood at the edge of his yard. His breath misted as he whispered words he had memorized from an ancient scroll. His hands moved in intricate patterns, tracing a series of ancient symbols into the air. The wind carried the scent of cedar as he lit sage, the smoke curling upward toward the overcast sky. The ritual felt clunky, unfamiliar at first, but as he repeated the words, a sense of calm filled him. His voice grew stronger, steady. Shadows retreat, darkness bow. By this fire, I banish now. He whispered the chant again and again, each repetition more confident than the last. It felt as though the air shifted around him. He closed his eyes and imagined the shadows retreating, pushed away by his words and the burning sage. His breath came steady as he felt the ritual settle into his bones, into his muscles, into his very soul. When he opened his eyes, the wind had calmed, the smoke swirled gently, and his heartbeat felt steady. It was a small victory, but it was a victory nonetheless. He knew that this would not end the fight, but each small ritual felt like a brick in a wall, a shield against the shadows. He would train himself in these practices, every chant, every symbol, every ritual, until they felt natural. It was his first step toward mastery, building strength. But preparation wasn't just rituals. Ethan needed to strengthen his mind and body as well. His days became a mix of study and meditation, physical movement and mental clarity. He would spend the afternoons in the forest, hiking, climbing, and testing his endurance. His body grew stronger. His breath grew steady. His mind followed suit. He meditated every evening, sitting cross-legged in the firelight, allowing his thoughts to quiet. His body would relax, his breathing slow, and his mind would drift to neutral places. The sound of the wind, the taste of cold water, the crackling of the flames. This mental discipline would be just as important as his physical training and his studies. He imagined himself as a warrior, not of brute strength, but of willpower, of patience, of knowledge. He would fight this war not through brute force, but through strategy and careful study. The Keeper and its presence might be ancient and unknowable, but they were not invincible. Knowledge could be a weapon. Preparation could be a shield. The weeks passed. The whispers became a part of his background noise, but they no longer controlled him. Every time they tugged at him, he would return to his rituals, his chants, his meditation. The shadows would whisper louder sometimes, but his foundation had grown stronger. He would stand firm. And yet, Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else waiting, a deeper truth, a darker source. His studies hinted at pieces of forgotten history, fragments of old rituals and battles, hints at powerful artifacts and ancient knowledge that might give him an edge. But nothing felt complete. Every answer led to another question. He would have to venture further. The next step. It became clear to Ethan that preparation could no longer just be limited to his small rituals and study. He would need allies. The Keeper had once been tied to ancient societies, shadowy traditions, hidden groups that sought to control or destroy it. Perhaps there were scholars or groups who could help him understand the full scope of the power he faced. Perhaps there were others who could help him locate ancient texts, relics, or methods that could turn the tide. The journey would take him beyond the forest, out into old libraries, ancient ruins, and forgotten places. There were groups that specialized in ancient occult knowledge, groups that could help him piece together the history of the Keeper and its influence. The war was larger than just his own experience, and now Ethan felt ready to meet it. He would travel, he would learn, he would forge connections. The journey had only just begun. The decision had come to him late one night as he sat beside the flickering fire. His mind was clear, his spirit steady. His studies, his rituals, and his understanding of the Keeper had led him to this moment. It was time to leave. The shadows had been calm for a while now, but he knew that peace was deceptive. The Keeper wasn't gone. It lingered, always waiting, always watching. And if he were to truly find a way to destroy it, he would need more than just himself. He would need others who had fought ancient battles, others who knew the Keeper's secrets. And so his journey began, preparing for the road. Ethan packed his things carefully, ensuring he had everything: ancient texts, his personal journal, symbols, protective charms, and tools for his rituals. His mind felt heavy as he considered every item, every possibility. The journey would take him far from the forest, to cities, libraries, forgotten ruins, and sacred sites. His heart ached at the prospect, but he knew he couldn't turn back. He made one final trip to the clearing. The symbols at the altar pulsed faintly under the moonlight, and Ethan closed his eyes before approaching them. His words came steady, protective, a whispered prayer to strengthen his resolve. Guide me to truth, even through shadows. He let the wind tug at his hair, let the sounds of the night wrap around him. He felt the pull of the keeper, faint as it was, but he refused to let it overtake him. His grip tightened on the leather strap of his satchel as he took a deep breath. It was time to leave. The journey begins. The path stretched out before him as he set out at dawn. His steps were steady as he traversed through the familiar woods, the fog rolling gently around the trees. His breath came in short, controlled bursts, his pack heavy on his shoulders. The journey was a mixture of familiarity and uncertainty. His mind swam with thoughts of allies, of ancient secrets, and of the vast unknown. The sun began to rise, casting the first golden rays across the canopy. He passed through old roads, traveled through small towns, and kept his head low. He couldn't draw attention to himself. His path took him toward ancient libraries, forgotten towns, and sacred places where knowledge could be unearthed. Days turned into nights. Ethan relied on small inns and campfires along the way, always vigilant, always careful. He was learning that every new place carried its own whispers, its own shadows. Every town, every ruin, felt alive with history, fragments of ancient secrets buried beneath layers of time. By the time he reached the first of his destinations, a centuries-old library in an old city steeped in folklore, he felt both excitement and dread. The Library of Lost Secrets. The ancient library was a sprawling, stone structure, its windows lined with ivy and moss. The air was cool and smelled faintly of parchment and candles. Ethan felt his heart quicken as he entered the grand hall, the floor creaking under his boots. The librarian, an older man with sharp, discerning eyes, greeted him quietly. "What brings you to the Library of Lost Secrets?" the librarian asked, his voice low and steady. "I seek knowledge," Ethan replied, his words clear but cautious. Knowledge of the keeper, ancient symbols, and forgotten rituals. The librarian's gaze sharpened. He studied Ethan for a moment, then gestured toward the back of the hall, where rows of ancient tomes and scrolls waited. "The keeper is dangerous, young one," he said, his voice gravelly. "If you truly seek the knowledge of the keeper, you must tread carefully. The shadows are old and have a way of clawing back into the world." Ethan set his bag down, his heart pounding. "I understand the risk. I intend to fight this force." The librarian nodded slowly. "Then follow me." The journey through the labyrinth of books was both intimidating and exhilarating. Ethan passed ancient tomes, old scrolls, ancient maps, and symbols etched in forgotten languages. The librarian handed him ancient scrolls, artifacts, and symbols tied to old rituals and prayers. The librarian's words lingered in his mind as they spoke. "The keeper feeds on fear and darkness, but knowledge can cut through it. Be wary, for the shadows can see into the soul." Ethan took the texts gratefully, feeling the weight of knowledge in his hands. His path was clear. He would study these texts, decode their secrets, and find a way to build his strength and understanding. Allies were key, but knowledge would be his greatest weapon. The meeting with allies. The librarian gave Ethan the name of others: researchers, historians, survivors, and occultists. Individuals who had fought similar battles against ancient shadows and knowledge tied to forbidden rituals. He could feel the threads of his path pulling tighter now. The road would lead him to many different places, seeking these people, these allies. The journey would take him through ancient ruins in forgotten deserts, old villages with their ancient practices, and sacred burial grounds. Each location brought with it new clues and opportunities. Every person would teach him something, would offer their perspective on the keeper, on the heart, on ancient banishment rituals. The whispers grew stronger as he traveled, but he learned to listen without fear. He learned to listen with purpose. Each stop on his journey felt like a thread connecting him to a greater whole, a pattern he was beginning to see. His hands traced symbols in the air as he practiced his chants, his rituals, preparing himself for what lay ahead. The journey was proving difficult, but he felt himself growing stronger, building his mental fortitude and his spiritual resilience. He was not alone. He had allies in distant places, knowledge stored in ancient scrolls, and his own will. The journey was only just beginning, and with every step, Ethan felt a little closer to the keeper. And yet he knew the battle would only grow harder from here. But he would not stop, not until the shadows were banished. The journey had led Ethan through ancient libraries, sacred sites, and forgotten towns. Every clue, every ritual, every symbol had given him pieces of the puzzle. His allies were few, but their wisdom had strengthened him, and their knowledge had begun to unlock secrets about the keeper's heart and its connection to the ancient power. Ethan stood at the edge of a misty valley, his breath misting into the cool dawn air. The sun was just rising over jagged hills, painting the sky a pale orange. His journey had led him to this place, the heart of the keeper's power. The whispers grew louder here, clawing at his thoughts, trying to pull him into despair. But Ethan was resolute. He had prepared himself. He had his rituals, his allies' insights, his strength. He would end this, the final path. The ritual would not be easy. The ancient texts had taught him that confronting the keeper meant entering its domain, a shadowy place that existed outside the natural laws of reality, a liminal space where time and shadows danced. He would need to descend into that place and confront the keeper at its heart. His heart ached at the thought of stepping into that abyss, but he had no choice. The keeper would not stop, and peace would never come until it was banished. He set his foot on the ancient path, his symbols and chants ready, his breath steady. The earth beneath his feet felt cold, as if the very ground rejected his presence here. He could feel the pull of shadows at the edges of his senses, the keeper watching him, its presence looming. The air grew colder as he entered the ancient clearing. The symbols he had drawn glowed faintly under his hands, and he whispered his prayer. Shadows yield, keeper bow. I confront your heart now. The ground shifted beneath him, a low rumble, and the air shimmered. The veil of mist rose, and he stepped into the unknown, entering the shadow. The moment he crossed into the shadowed veil, the air grew colder. It was as if he were walking through liquid darkness. The world around him seemed to pulse and shift, the horizon and sky bleeding into one another. Ethan's vision wavered as he pushed forward, his symbols glowing faintly in his hand. The heart was here. He could feel it, beating in a way that resonated through his bones. His breathing came harder now. The whispers came from all sides, closer, sharp, terrifying. Ethan gripped his symbols tightly, whispering his chants as the shadows moved closer. Shapes formed at the edge of his vision, monolithic, formless, shifting figures. They were the keeper's tendrils, extensions of its heart, alive, watching, waiting. The presence was powerful, felt ancient, felt alive. The keeper appears. The shadows converged, and the veil split. From the shadows emerged a form. A tall figure, dark, its presence indescribable. A thing of shifting smoke and sharp edges. Its eyes glowed faintly as it regarded Ethan. A hollow, eternal gaze that seemed to strip away his very essence. "Why do you come?" The keeper's voice was a low whisper, like the sound of dry leaves rustling. Felt old, infinite, unknowable. "I come to end this," Ethan declared, his voice strong despite his trembling hands. "You will no longer haunt this world. Your heart will no longer corrupt the earth." The keeper's laughter was cold, hollow. "You cannot destroy me," it said. "I am eternal." Ethan tightened his grip on his symbols, his chant steady. "You're wrong. You feed on fear, on shadows, but I will banish you. With the knowledge, with the power, and with the strength I've found." The keeper roared, its form flickering. The shadows around it surged, and Ethan braced himself. He whispered louder now, "With fire and will, I cast thee out. I banish thee to shadow's end." The keeper's form began to distort as Ethan drew a circle with his hands, the ancient symbols lighting with a golden glow. The chants grew louder, the rhythm steady. He could feel the energy build as the shadows fought, resisting his efforts. "You cannot stop me," the keeper shrieked, its voice filling the air, shaking the very earth. "I am ancient. I am eternal." But Ethan focused. His voice was the chant. His hands traced the symbols. His mind was sharp. He could feel it. The keeper's power was weakening under his will. The symbols were bright now, glowing with golden light. His chants grew steady, more confident. "Banishment now. I sever the tether." The light expanded. The keeper's form twisted and roared, but it was too late. The power, the chants, the ancient symbols, and Ethan's will came together like a tide of light, pushing the keeper backward. The darkness began to retreat. The heart is sealed. The keeper's form splintered into smoke and shadow as the golden glow surged. Ethan held his symbols tightly, his chants reaching their crescendo. The shadows fought, clawing, but the light was too strong. Ethan could see the keeper struggling, losing its strength. The air shimmered as the keeper's heart was forced back, its power folding into itself, losing its connection to the earth. Ethan pressed harder, feeling the strength of the chant carrying him. His hands glowed with symbols as he sealed the final ward into place, binding the keeper back into its domain. The light spread, the darkness recoiling. The keeper screamed, its form writhing in the light. And then, finally, it retreated into shadow, its roar fading as it became lost in the veil. The aftermath. Ethan stood alone in the clearing as the shadows faded. His breath came in heavy gasps, his body trembling. His hands felt weak, his symbols dim and still glowing faintly. His chants had ended, and the keeper's presence was gone. The air felt still. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to rest. He felt a strange emptiness, but it was different from despair. This was freedom. His battle was over. He had won. Epilogue. A new dawn. The sun rose over the horizon, its golden rays spreading warmth across the misty hills. Ethan emerged from the shadows, his steps slow but steady. He knew this was not the end of his journey, but it was a victory, a first step toward peace. The shadows were retreating. The keeper's heart had been silenced, banished to the veil. And yet, Ethan would remain vigilant, knowing that peace would always demand watchfulness. With his heart steady and his purpose clear, he walked into the new dawn. The journey was over. The fight was won. But the war would always leave its mark. And Ethan was ready.